Hi, everyone. As everybody trickles, we're going to allow a little bit of time for people to trickle in, and then we'll go ahead and get started at 12:07. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to CASA of Los Angeles' conference, Supporting Dual Status Youth, Intersections and Advocacy. I'm so excited to be here and to see how many people have gathered to focus on the needs of young people whose situation lays at a challenging intersection. My name is Ludivina Vasquez Snow. My gender pronouns are she and her, and I'm the Juvenile Justice Program Manager at CASA of Los Angeles. My passion in working with youth that are dually involved started years before coming to CASA. When I was providing direct service, I noticed that my young people in the dependency system were entering the juvenile justice system at alarmingly high rates. And I noticed that my juvenile justice youth had challenging and traumatic life experiences that attributed to their involvement in the system. And not only that, but they were criminalized for typical teen behavior, and they were just being treated unfairly. I also noticed that there were a lot of gaps in how we as a whole provide services. And I knew that there were ways to improve that. So now I'm really excited to be leading CASA into serving youth that are dually involved. And I'm super excited to be hosting this conference for you all to bring more attention to these issues. As you or many of you know, we have been working hard to transition into serving youth that are involved in the juvenile justice system. Right now, we primarily serve youth that are involved in the dependency system and youth that are dually involved. We feel very thankful towards our partners to have, that have really helped us to make it this far and have made this possible. We really couldn't have done it without your referrals. Hosting this event means a lot to us because not only can systems be harmful on their own, but combined dual systems involvement can lead to worse outcomes for youth. Research has shown that they receive harsher sentencing, they stay involved in the juvenile justice system longer, and these systems disproportionately affect BIPOC, specifically our young Black youth. We hope that during this time, you will open your minds and your hearts to learn, challenge misconceptions, and critically examine the systems that we all belong to and how we all contribute to this harm in some way. While this might be a hard burden to carry, know that all of us have what it takes and we have what we need within us to challenge the way that things have been done traditionally and do better by our youth. Before introducing our first speaker, I just want to quickly let you all know that if you have any questions, feel free to submit them to the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. While we are all going to try our best to answer every question, there may be questions we won't get to, but should you need clarification or want to follow up, please email me directly. My colleague will be posting my email in the chat box. So now I'd love to move on and introduce our CEO, Charity Chandler Cole. Charity joined our team in April of this year. And while Charity has only been with us for a couple of months, I really couldn't be more excited that she's on our team. And I think I speak for all of CASA when I say that. When she started, she immediately just jumped in and wanted to know how she could help with strengthening our ability to support youth that are involved in the juvenile justice system. And it really doesn't come as a surprise because Charity has dedicated her career to being a social justice advocate from issues ranging from criminal justice to foster care to human trafficking. As an advocate, Charity has served on several boards and committees that have helped to influence and impact social structures, policies, and systems that negatively and disproportionately oppress vulnerable communities. Charity also sits on many important committee boards, including her position as chairwoman of the board for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, an organization that empowers formerly and currently incarcerated people. Not only does she bring her great professional experience, but Charity's experience as a devoted mother and relative caregiver and her lived experience in both the dependency and juvenile justice systems give her a unique perspective, one that will ensure that we as an organization remain youth-centered in our approach to supporting youth that are involved in one or dual systems. Charity had a scheduling conflict for today because she's hard at work trying to help CASA, but she so kindly recorded a video for us, and I would like to share that with you all now.
Thank you, Ludi, and welcome everyone to our conference on dual status youth. I recall sitting in my cold concrete cell in East Lake Juvenile Hall on my first night there and feeling more scared, disgusted, and vulnerable than I've ever felt in my life. I had no appetite, and through the tears that would not stop from pouring from my eyes, I was mentally rehearsing how I would show up at breakfast in the morning, because like the other girls there, I couldn't show weakness or behave like the child that I was, because we were already seen as women. We were already labeled criminals. We were criminalized for either being poor and having to steal food and clothing, like myself, or having our trauma manifest in ways that we couldn't really control either verbally or physically. And instead of being helped, we were incarcerated. Or some of us were trafficked and raped by grown men and women that preyed on our innocence and status as foster youth. And we, the survivors of adult rage and exploitation and pedophilia and abuse, were punished, labeled, and set on a path that did not lead to healing and restoration, but to more trauma, more abuse, more criminalization, more labeling, more hurt from the very people and systems that were paid to protect us. Children in foster care are more likely to cross over into the juvenile justice system, be victims of child sex trafficking, receive less care, love, and support because of their delinquency status. Without the proper interventions and support, these children are at an even higher risk for mental health concerns, not having access to stable education and support, incarceration once they become adults, homelessness, and poverty. The foster care to prison pipeline is very real, and despite being served by two systems, these children often fall through the cracks. It is incumbent upon each of us to acknowledge the unique needs of dual status youth, serve them correctly as children in need of care, and whose well-being matters. At CASA LA, we will not ignore our responsibility to use our platform and positionality to support healthy, successful outcomes for these youth. To that end, we have an amazing lineup of experts who are going to help us all better understand this population of youth and give us the information we need to properly show up for them. I am personally so grateful to each and every one of you that answered the call to support this conference. It really takes a village to help our children. I am personally honored to introduce you all to someone that I call my little brother in this work, Kent Mendoza. Kent is the manager of advocacy and community organizing at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, also known as ARC. Prior to working at ARC, Kent worked at the LA Area Chamber of Commerce on smart justice issues. He was appointed to California's State Advisory Committee on Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention in November 2016. He held several positions at the LA Area Chamber of Commerce from 2014 to 2016, including Senior Administrative Assistant, Assistant, and Intern. While working at the Chamber on smart justice issues, he successfully completed the commission training program offered by the Wally Mark Leadership Institute from the Liberty Hill Foundation. Kent is also the spokesperson for the Campaign for Youth Justice, based out of Washington, D.C. Kent was appointed to serve as a community representative for the 5th Supervisorial District to the LA County-wide Juvenile Justice Coordinated Council. And he was reappointed in 2020. Kent is also a 2018 Aspen Institute Ricardo Salinas Scholar alumni, and most recently, he was a leading consultant with the Hayward Burns Institute, who helped on LA County's youth justice work groups, which developed a Youth Justice Reimagined report that serves as a blueprint for how LA County can move all youth out of the probation department and into one of care and youth development. Welcome, Kent. Thanks for joining us.
Awesome. You're so impressive, Kent. Thank you so much for joining us. And you can take it away from here.
Yeah, thank you, Ludi, and thanks, Charity. Thanks everybody, the staff, for making this conference possible. Yeah, and I just hearing Charity's speaking, I don't even know how many accomplishments I have made. It's crazy to hear those things, but yeah, so I'm honored to be here today. My name is Kent Mendoza, like Charity mentioned. And I want to start with just sharing my story. When I was 6 years of age, my mom decided to make the long journey to America. I had a big family in Mexico, like most traditional Mexican families, probably like 20 aunts and uncles all combined. My mom wanted for me to have a better future in my life, pursue the American dream, and put me in a place where I can pursue my higher education and really make it in life. So when I was 6 years of age, late 1999, early 2000, she managed to get some money together and decided to bring me along with her to America, to the United States, leaving behind a big family and a father who couldn't make it. So my mom took that journey. We came to America, and one of the things that we didn't know what to expect when we came to this country. When we came to this country, we thought it was going to be, it was going to be possible to reach the American dream and reach those opportunities that we always wanted as immigrants. Unfortunately, the reality was that once we came to this country, me being 6 years of age and living in a community that probably most of you know, Pico Union area, West LA, downtown area, and that time, the environment was not probably like the most positive one for me. I automatically was quickly exposed to the realities of gangs, drugs, and violence. I was an immigrant kid living in this community, and I had uncles who, unfortunately, were also dealing with drugs because they wanted to make it. So that was my reality coming to this country. Just living in an environment, in a community that is already under-resourced, and all of these things are in place, the gangs and the negative influences. So from that time, from that age, in between the age of 6 and 14, many things happened in my life that eventually led to me making decisions at a young age during my teenage years that ultimately led me to the juvenile justice system. Being 6 years of age, 7, 8, one of the main things that I always had questions in my mind was, I didn't have a father figure. My father had promised me that he was going to come to America to be with me. From the age of 6, 7, I remember making calls with him, and he would tell me like, "Oh, I'm gonna be there. Don't worry. I'll be there next month. I'll be there the next month." And it was always that same promise, but it was not. It was all a lie. So that already from that age, 6, 7, 8, it started that anger towards my dad started building up in me. And then that feeling of feeling not worth it because he wasn't coming to see me and be with me was also building up in me. So that was one of the factors that was slowly affecting my way of thinking, my way of feeling towards people, and my way of just feeling overall as an individual. Then the other factor, being an immigrant, as an immigrant individual from these ages, like I said, 6 to 14, I've always constantly felt outcast. I felt lonely and didn't feel worth it, because when I was in middle school or in elementary, the teachers didn't understand how to work with me. I didn't know how to speak or write English, so I felt ashamed because I couldn't do that. And the education system at that time was not set up in a way to really help address my need as an ESL student. So that was another factor that was contributing to my way of thinking and me not valuing myself even more. I felt outcast. I felt embarrassed throughout my whole elementary journey because nobody was really supporting me in my education. And when my mom tried to support me, she was limited to doing that because she didn't know how to speak English. So now here I was, a young kid that was going to middle school, elementary and middle school, and wouldn't do homework or couldn't finish an assignment because I just didn't know how to write English or didn't understand English. Now I was being labeled as a bad kid. So those two things, right? Not having a father figure and all those feelings that are building up in me, and then being an immigrant in this country that doesn't know how to speak English, and just all of those things, all those factors that on top of that, right? Those faulty messages that I was being told that I can amount to things, I can do things because I'm an immigrant. So those two things really started affecting my way of thinking and my way of valuing myself in the way I was looking at the world. Another factor is basically simply just the environment. So the environment, not having a father figure, and just being an immigrant. So those three factors from the age of 6 to 14 were really affecting me. By the time I was 14 years of age, um, I I ended up affiliating myself with negative influences around me because of all those things. Because I wanted to feel accepted. I wanted to feel like I belong. I was part of something bigger than myself. I wanted to feel some type of power. I wanted to feel some type of community because I couldn't find it nowhere else. I had a mother, but I just felt like the questions that I had about life were supposed to be answered by a father figure, but I didn't have that father figure. So I just try to answer these questions that I had about life by myself. Questions about girls, questions about school, questions about my potential. All these things were in my mind, but I didn't know who to ask these things to. So I started leaning towards bad influences, and that was the gang. So by the age of 14, I joined my local gang, and from that day on, my life went even more downhill. Uh, I was incarcerated for the first time at the age of 15, uh, and I was sentenced to 9 months probation camp. But because this camp during during these 9 months, they didn't really offer me any real support or any real motivation to want to pursue education or want to change my behaviors. In fact, this camp actually, instead of making me, transforming me or really helping me, I kind of came to dig deeper into the whole being incarcerated in that gang world. I ended up turning the 9 month program into an 18-month camp program because I was constantly fighting, disrespecting staff, and just getting write-ups for just acting up. Because like I said, this place was not meant to really help support me in my development. If anything, it was just making me worse. So here I was, a young 15-year-old kid that ends up doing a whole year and a half in this camp because I wasn't really being supported. So by the time I was 17 years of age, I was released from this camp after doing 18 months in total. And because I wasn't prepared for my reentry, I wasn't prepared for the realities that were waiting for me in the free world as a 17-year-old young guy in my community. I came home back to my community and didn't even last a whole month until I was put back in handcuffs. I was released, and the same month of getting out, like probably like 20 days later, I was back in handcuffs in juvenile hall. But the different thing about this time than the first time was that now I wasn't no longer being looked at as a kid anymore. I was 17 years of age facing a 25 to life sentence. So now everything was more real for me. I I remember when the judge said that I was facing 25 to life, and I went back to the cell in Seymour Juvenile Hall. There's the juvenile hall would have a place called the compound where they house all the youth who are being tried as adults. I would say that this is the period where I experienced the most gloomiest moments of my life, because here I was, a 17-year-old kid who doesn't even know his own purpose in life, who always questioned himself, always wanted answers about life, who never had that father figure, who never really had nobody to talk to because I didn't know how to approach anybody. Sitting in a cell, 17 years of age, facing a life sentence that was going to be determined by a DA and a judge that probably don't really care about my background or don't really care how I ended up in the system in the first place. So now I was a 17-year-old kid in the compound. Really, I remember crying. I remember crying at night. I would show other kids, as soon as I stepped out of my cell, I would show other kids that I was a tough gang member because that's what you want to portray in that system. But in the end of the day, when the night hit and the staff put us in our cells, I used to cry like a baby. Nobody used to see me, no used to hear me, but I used to cry and used to ask myself, like, why am I here? I'm 17 years of age. My mom sacrificed everything to come to this country, and here I am in this cell. And this system, this judge, these people don't really understand me, and they're not even asking me about me. They're more focused on my crime and all this. So that really was a surreal moment for me because I've never felt that down in my life. So down that I did the unexpected. I literally picked up the Bible and I read the entire New Testament twice from beginning to end, from Matthew all the way to Revelations. Why? Because I just wanted to find answers about life. 17-year-old kid facing 25 years, I wanted to find some type of hope, some type of something to hold on to. So I read that Bible twice, thinking I would become Christian, thinking I would become more positive, and I don't know, something about it was going to change me, but it didn't. It really helped me, but it didn't make me Christian or anything like that. But I did that because that's how bad I was in my experience. I started reading books at the same time. I started trying to figure out things to do to give me hope. Thankfully, during this time, I ended up facing this reality for 7 months, facing 25 to life at the age of 17 for 7 months straight. During these 7 months, thankfully, I happened to meet a mentor too, who actually is the founder of the organization that I work for. This person, came to the facility to visit me one time and just started asking questions about me. And I felt that at first I didn't like this person because he was a white person, right? And as a brown kid that grew up in the hood, we have nobody ever comes to us and supports us or tries to look at us for our potential. So when here I am in this cell in Juvenile Hall and I have this random white person that's never been incarcerated, that is a film producer coming to see me, to support me, it's kind of weird, right? So I always used to push him away at first. But then after a while, I started realizing that he is feeling something in me that I didn't have. I always wanted to have a father figure. And even when I was in camp, I remember I used to look at staff, or the male staff, and I used to always think, like, what if he was my dad? I wonder how he would be. Will he be cool? Will he be a cool dad or a bad dad? So I used to think about those things as a kid in Juvenile Hall. But now here I was in the compound meeting this mentor that came to see me randomly because he just happens to visit Juvenile Halls all the time, now talking to me, and I'm always pushing him away. But then it reached a point where I decided, you know what? This guy is coming to see me because he cares about me. So I decided to allow him to become my mentor. And ever since that day, I felt hope because I had someone that was seeing me for who I was and not for my crime and not for the label that the judge and the DA was just focusing on. So that really gave me hope. For 7 years, like I said, I was facing this reality. Thankfully, I went to court one day. I was 18 years of age by this time. I turned 18 in this place. I went to court and the court dismissed my case. So that meant that I didn't beat my case, but it was basically going to restart from the beginning. So I was sent from facing 25 to life at the age of 17, now 18, to regular juvenile court. So now I was 18 years of age, facing potential to be sent back to adult court. And at this time, I was in the county jail because I was already 18. They had moved me from one facility to the next one. And during this time, I started seeing more things in the county jail, how real the system is, how it really does affect us. And I got tired. I didn't want to wait no more time. I wanted to have a date. I wanted to know when I was going to come home. At this point, I was trying to fight my innocence to the end, but at this point it broke me. I said, like, you know what, I need to get some deal and just get out. So I'm just going to take whatever deal they could give me. So I told my attorney, look, I don't even want to fight my case anymore. Just get me any deal you could get me. I just want to get some time done and I want to go home. And I would say that was the hardest decision in my life at the age of 18, because I could have either fought my case to the end and potentially lose it and get 25 to life, or just stay waiting and see that something that will happen, or just take a deal. So there were many things that I had to decide, and I had a hard time making that decision because it was just me trying to make the decision on my own. So I decided to tell my attorney, just give me any deal you could get me, and I want to go home. They managed to work the deal, and they got me 7 years and 1 strike, juvenile life, to be served at California's Division of Juvenile Justice, which is where they house all the youth who are tried as adults and sentenced to youth prison. So it's like a youth prison system. I was sentenced to serve 7 years in these facilities. And during this time that I was in the county, unfortunately, immigration picked me up. They managed to track me down and they put an ICE hold on me. So that followed me to the end. I went to this place in Stockton, Chad Youth Correctional Facility, to serve my time. As soon as I got there, this was the first time that I really went into the system and decided to leave my gang behind. So as soon as I walked in there and the kids would tell me where I'm from, or they would try to ask me, like, like just trying to press me for my gang and stuff like that, I would let them know that I don't do that no more. I'm just minding my own business. And it was the hardest thing to do as someone that was really, really passionate about the gang. It was hard to let that go because you had to live with that label of people looking at you as like, oh, look, he doesn't want to do this no more. Or, just like they look at you as a weak person. But in reality, it didn't make me look like a weak person. It made me, if anything, it inspired other young people because I was constantly just the kid that was always in the corner reading books and writing stuff. So kind of people respected me for just being that kid that was independently in the corner reading and writing all the time. And people will come to me to ask for help and stuff. So this is where my transition kind of started happening, where I started changing my behavior. And I did a whole 2 years in this place. I went to my parole board, my hearing, not parole board, my hearing, where you go to like a board and you present yourself in front of like 3 or 4 people, depending on your case. And I went to this hearing with a timeline, where it showed a timeline that it said from the day I was born all the way to my commitment offense and to where I wanted to be. Presented to them my timeline of the major events that happened in my life. Then I did a collage of the old me, new me, that talked about the old me, the new me, and the future me. So I presented these things to the board, and the board was impressed by my presentation. I was even impressed by my own presentation myself, that the board decided to grant me my release on that same shot. And I wasn't ready because most of the time when people do the parole board hearings or hearings in general, they're denied the first time sometimes, and they're told to come back. So I was granted release that same day. So now I was sent to LA County Jail again because I was gonna get released from my county, which is LA County. And when I was in the county jail, immigration picked me up. So here I was now, 20 years of age, hoping that I was gonna get released, but immigration picks me up. They pick me up. They send me to their facility in downtown LA, and this is where I learned the power in our stories. I was in a cell with 30 other guys who were all getting deported to Guatemala, El Salvador, and Mexico. And I was probably like the youngest one in that tank. And I remember everybody was getting interviewed one by one. And I couldn't go to sleep because I drank so much coffee that I was so nervous of what was gonna happen. I was getting prepared and ready for another chapter of incarceration in the immigration system. I wasn't getting ready to get released or be sent to Mexico. I was just ready to, like, I'm about to spend another whole time in the immigration system now. But when the ICE agent called for me, something in me told me, like, I need to do something about this. I need to go home. I need to talk to this person. I need to humanize this guy. So I asked the ICE agent, hey, sir, can I speak with you, sir? And he's like, yeah, hold up. And I'm like, no, let me actually talk to you. Can I really just tell you something? And he's like, he looks away from the computer and he looks at me because he's on the computer putting some information, but I get his attention. He looks at me and he tells me, yeah, what's up? And I tell him from beginning to the end, this is who I am, who I was. These are the types of things that I used to do, how I grew up, my background, why I did those things. These are the things that I've been doing since my incarceration. These are the things that I've learned about myself. And these are the many things that I would love to do if I don't get deported and if I get to stay in this country. So I told him my story from beginning to the end. Probably took me like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I said it with emotions. I detailed as possible because I really wanted to make an impression and really wanted to change his heart. I tell him my story. He tells me to go back to the tank. I go to the tank. 2 hours pass by. He calls me back from the tank and he tells me, I hope I'm not going to make a mistake, but I'm going to let you go home today. Since everything you told me, I really believe you are going to go home and do good. And I hope you are, because I'm going to let you go home today. You're not going to be sent to the next facility. I'm going to give you a phone call whoever is going to come pick you up. But this doesn't mean you're not done with us. I'm going to put an ankle monitor on you. You still have to report to us every 3 months. And you still have to deal with the immigration case and immigration situation. So from that, when I heard that, like I said, I wasn't ready for this. It was like a shock moment for me. It was like a traumatic, positive moment for me, because I wasn't ready to hear that I was going to get out that day. Like I said, I had been mentally preparing myself for another chapter of incarceration in the immigration system. That's what my mind was ready for. But no, I was getting released. So here I was, 20 years of age, after spending basically 5 years from the age of 15 to 20. And at one point, thinking that I was going to die in prison when I was 17, because I was facing 25 to life. And because during that time, I didn't mention this, but when I was in that camp, in that facility at 17 years of age, other kids that were literally as young as 15, 16, every week will come back from court and they will tell me, oh, I just got 50 years, or I got 40 years, or I got 30 years, or I got 20 years. And the way they used to say, like if it was normal, that's what used to shock me the most at that time. So here I was now, 20 years of age, being released by immigration, simply because of my story, because I told my story to this ICE agent and he believed in it. I humanized this guy. I let him see the real me rather than that number or that illegal alien number that they give us. He let me go home that day, and I remember very clearly how I was released. They opened the gate. I walked out. I was bald headed. I had a white big shirt. I still had like the jail clothes, and I had a little brown bag with my belongings, which was nothing really. It was just like a Bible and a book and my phone number contacts. And I was released in downtown, and I remember it was in April 9, 2014. I looked around and like I knew where I was, obviously, but I didn't have a car. I like, where do I walk? Where should I go now? I call my mom, but I don't see them. I call my sister. And as soon as I walked to the right, from a distance away, I see the person that was there from the beginning. I see my mentor, Scott, who's the guy who I met in the compound, the guy who was there during the most gloomiest moments of my life. When I was facing 25 to life, here he was again now, but now waiting for me to embrace me and to welcome me to the free world. So I see him from a far distance, and behind him I see my mom, my sister, and my little nephew. So we have a little emotion moment. I hug my family, and it's just a real moment. And from that day on, I remember walking to the office, to the ARC office where I work at now. And at that time, the ARC office used to be in 5th and Hill. So we walked from the courthouse from where I got released from the immigration place all the way to 5th and Hill. And that was my first day in the free world. I remember I took a shower I felt dirty from being in the county and in those tanks for so many hours that I decided to take a shower in the office bathroom, in the sink, because I felt dirty. I went to Homo Industries to go eat, get some tattoo removal, and then from there I went shopping, and I fell asleep in the couch in the office. And that was my first day in the free world. And from that day on, I knew that I had to do something. I knew that I had experienced something that I had to do something about. When I got out, I looked at all my life being incarcerated, all my time being incarcerated, and I looked at it as a field trip. I looked at it like I went in a field trip for 5 years to learn something that I need to change now. So from that day on, from the age of 20, April 9, 2014, when I got out, I decided to dedicate not the rest of my life, but the rest of my journey in the free world to change laws, help improve policies, so other young people don't go through what I went through. So immigrants don't feel the way I felt like. So youth who don't have parents don't put are not just put on the system because that's the only place where we can put them for youth in general. And ever since that day of getting out, I've been doing this work. I worked at the LA Chamber of Commerce as soon as I got out. Thankfully, you know, they hired me, and again, just by telling my story, I got that job. Telling my story to the ED of the chamber got me that job. And my journey went from there. And 27 years later, here I am. Now I am the manager of advocacy and community organizing for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I mentor youth now. I go visit youth sometimes in jails when I'm allowed to go inside, and I do a lot of motivational speaking. But before I go into that, I want to bring it back to the story. Before being incarcerated, before hitting 14 years of age, another thing that I always look back at, and this is, I think, why conferences like this are important and these conversations to have are important, is when I was during that time of 6 and 14, there was a lot of things happening in my life that eventually affected me in a negative way, right? But at the same time, I was a kid. And I remember during that time, there was also things that I wanted to do as a kid, that I wanted to pursue as a kid. I remember I wanted to be an artist. I remember I used to draw a lot. I remember my mom used to buy me lowrider art magazines where I used to just grab the magazine. I used to basically draw whatever was in the magazine in a different paper and make collages out of it. So that was something that I always used to do all the time when I was between the age of 6 and 14. And I remember I always used to fantasize, what if I'm an artist? I want to be an artist, right? So that was one thing that I remember as a kid that I wanted to do. Another thing, I used to skate. I used to love skating to the point where I also wanted to be a pro skater. I used to be into skating movies and all that type of stuff about how to do certain tricks, I knew about the skaters, all that. This has happened before being incarcerated. So that's another thing that I wanted to be. The third thing I remember watching movies about the Holocaust and documentaries about the Holocaust and war movies. My mom used to watch that all the time when she used to love those types of movies. So I used to watch that growing up. So something in me always used to tell me, I want to be a soldier. I want to join the Marines. The reason I say those three examples is because those are three things that young Kent, before being tempered by the system, before being affected by law enforcement, before being pushed by the system, these are things that my youth wanted to do, me as a young kid, what I wanted to do. But unfortunately, because not all kids, not all of us grew up in privileged houses, not all of us grew up in communities where there's a skate park that is gonna help you stay out of trouble, or we don't have access to classes of art, or our parents cannot afford putting us in art school or at an early age, or because there's no pathway to going into the military as a young kid. I don't know. These are just an example of three things that I wanted to do as a kid, but because there was no real opportunity in my community, because I was undocumented, because I was poor, because of my status as a brown kid, I didn't have the opportunities to pursue those things. And I ended up doing other things instead of pursuing those things. So the reason I say this is because what if I would have had a pathway to art at that age? What if I would have been introduced to skaters that are already pro skaters by the time I was like 10 years of age? I would have probably felt inspired by then and wanted to pursue that. Maybe I would have been a pro skater by the time I was 15 and not been in camp by the time I was 15. The reason I say this is because all of us, all youth, deserve an opportunity to be the best version of themselves. All youth deserve to be invested in the potentials they have. All youth deserve to be able to explore what they are able to do and what they love to do. And they might not know it now, but we need to expose them to those things. We need to provide them opportunities. We need to provide them those things so they could start seeing them from a young age. So by the time they're in middle school, high school, they're already pursuing that pathway to wherever they want to do. And I say this because I didn't have those opportunities for myself. And if I would have had those opportunities, like I said, I would have probably been in a different path in life. Unfortunately, I had to experience facing 25 to life. I had to experience pepper sprays. I had to experience getting into fights I had to experience being in solitary confinement. I had to experience all these things, being in chains, being in the county bus, seeing people get beat up and stabbed in the county. All those things, I had to experience all those things just to get to where I'm at today, where it could have all been avoided if there was real opportunities, real resources available for me during my youth, and if there was real support for my family as well. I'm gonna share some pictures, and just to paint. Hopefully, it kind of puts the story more into perspective. Can y'all see this? I don't know if I'm sharing. I think I'm sharing. I hope y'all seen. So this is a picture of me when I was a kid. Y'all can see me in the top left with my family in Mexico. Like, this is me as a kid. And the reason I show this because there's no such thing as kids that are monsters or that are bad or that grow up and are born to be those kids that the media sometimes tends to label them. This was me as a young kid. They wanted dreams. They had dreams to become a skater, to reach the American dream, to make it for my family in Mexico. Unfortunately, I got affected by the system and bad influences, no father figure, no real resources in my community, no community centers, no real mentors, because none of that was available to me. I resulted in being part of a gang, being locked up, and experiencing something that I shouldn't have experienced at a young age. And the guy in the bottom left, if you see the guy in the bottom left with me, that's one of my friends who's actually still in jail right now. So that's young Kent, and then this is me after, speaking, getting to go inside prisons, mentor young people, at the board of supervisors, speaking for the youth, and just now being the voice of the voiceless, which is the youth. So I just wanted to show this picture just to show how is it that we're allowing kids that are destined to be kids to go through something like this. I don't need to go through this to end up doing all of these things. We don't deserve to be locked up or being put in the system to be the best versions of ourselves. We could be this if we start changing our systems now. If we start focusing on investing in our young people from an early age, we don't need to be incarcerated. We don't need to be experiencing none of those things. I'll stop sharing now, but I just wanted to put that in perspective. And yeah, so I think I ended a little bit too early. I thought I was running over time, but that is my story. And I hope that it inspires some of you. I hope that you now see that, at one point I remember people didn't like me. I remember at one point I would walk down the street and people would cross the street because they were afraid to be around me. But I'm not a bad person. I just made mistakes and I learned from them. And now I'm trying to give back through my work by mentoring other young people and by saving and changing policies. And yeah, that's my story. And I hope, I hope y'all had enjoyed hearing my story and my journey. And if you want to follow my journey,
no, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I forgot to share this one. If you want to follow my journey, you can follow it by emailing me at my email. Go to the website for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I have my social media there as well. But yeah, so I could talk forever. I could probably talk for 2 hours, but I don't want to talk too long. So thanks again for allowing me to share my story. And I hope that it was beneficial to the conversation.
Kent, that was very beneficial. Thank you so much. I know we're getting a flood of messages in the Q&A session, just saying, not a question, just want to say how inspirational and helpful it is to hear things from your perspective. I know that a lot of times there's professionals just like me who haven't had experience in these systems, and we always say like, this is likely to happen, this is how they feel. And I think it's so critical to have conversations where we bring young people into the room and people that are adults with lived experiences, because you can speak to it and you can share and you can tell us like exactly what you said, which is so beautiful, and that we don't need to experience these things to get to have this success. And I also want to echo what everybody is saying, and thank you for sharing your story with all of us today, and thank you for being vulnerable. We really appreciate it. We do have one question for you. And it is from Dave Stein, and he said, "Thank you so much. You are indeed impressive. One thing that stood out to me as you told your story was that you had a desire and ability to advocate for yourself. How do you go about instilling that ability and desire in the youth for whom you mentor or advocate for today?" And he mentioned that many of the youth for whom he advocates for seem to have a lot of difficulty in accepting that and doing that.
Yeah. Well, I would say, I mean, for me, it's easier to because I've been there. I've been in their shoes. So I feel like when you really have been in the shoes or can share similar experience that the youth share, you could put it into perspective more. I feel that for me, I just always try to keep it real with the young people. I don't lie to them. I tell them the realness of the world. And if I could support them, I'm willing to step time out of my life to support people. So right now, I'm supporting people who are formerly incarcerated, young men and women, young youth and young adults who are returning from incarceration. So I think that the fact that I've been incarcerated, and the fact that not only that I've been incarcerated, but the fact that I've made it out of that incarceration and I have made that transition myself, and you know, and even like the pictures that I show, like that, those types of things give people hope, because if they could see themselves in me, you know, just like I saw myself in some people too. There was people that I remember I meeting other individuals that were, when I first saw someone suited and booted, was someone that like suited, dressed nice, was someone that was formerly incarcerated. And when I saw him dressed nice, I'm like, damn, I want to be with that suit on too. How you get that? Oh, we just need to do this and that. So I feel like they could see that, if they see hope when they see someone that's been in their shoes and made it, they see that hope. So I think that's what makes it possible for me to engage the young people and to also make them, not make them believe, make them understand that, hey, you're capable of doing whatever you want to do. You just need to put in the work, you know. And yeah, so I think just them seeing me, and knowing that I've been through that journey and I've made it myself. I mean, if I could go from being undocumented, no papers, almost getting deported, to now having my record sealed and expunged, to now having a green card, now being full-time employed, and I've already been to the White House twice as an undocumented person. Like, if I could do these things, anybody can do anything they can in their life. So I think that that's what it all just takes, just letting them inspiration, you know. And like I said, sometimes it's better to I could mentor people that have similar experience than me. Like, I cannot mentor someone that's probably, for example, that's been that I don't have no experience to relate to. I mean, sometimes it would be harder to. But yeah, I hope I made sense, and I hope you answer your question.
Yeah, for sure. And I think adding on to that, I know a lot of our advocates, like maybe they come from a very different background, and in coming with a different background, or maybe they haven't had these lived experiences, how what recommendations would you give to advocates who don't have that lived experience, or don't have, just that background? How could they, connect with their young people, or how can they support them?
I would think the way you support them is by asking them what they want, what do they like, what do they want to do, because you don't have to share the same experience that they do in order to relate and mentor them. Like I've said, my mentor, the one person that inspired me and motivated me when I was 17 years of age, has never been locked up. It's a white person from the film industry. How is that person going to be able to motivate me? Because he saw me for the person I was. He wasn't paying attention to anything else. He was just looking at, Kent, you're smart, you have all the potential. He was reminding me of things that never were told to me. He was telling me things that were like taboo to me to hear, like taboo for me to hear, like for me to hear, like, hey, Ken, you're smart, you're gonna make it in life. Like that to me was like taboo. Like, well, nobody tells me those things, but you're telling me these things. So I think that just seeing the person for who they are and asking them, like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want to do? And invest in that, because yes, we have schools, yes, we have all these careers, but at the end of the day, we need to ask, what do the young people want? What do they want to do? And invest in that. So I hope that answered that question.
Yes, of course. We have another question that came in that says, how do you feel about the movement towards a trauma-informed model within juvenile probation and the move to close juvenile halls and camps?
I feel that it's the right thing that we need to be doing. The reason why is that we relied on punishment for far too long. When we looked at kids that commit crimes or they do mistakes that result in crime or harm people or whatever, I think that what we have tend to do, we have tend to look at that and measure that with time and confinement instead of like looking at that and be like, why is this kid doing that? What is going on? Why are we not asking those questions? So I think that we need to move into a model that does that, that doesn't just get a kid who did something at 14 and puts him in a cell and locks them up thinking that that's the solution. We need to approach it in a way that, okay, why is this kid robbing? Why is this kid 13 years old stealing shit? Why? Let's look at this. And you're gonna find roots causes to it. And I think that's how you address the problem versus putting people in a cell and no programs, and they're gonna experience what I did for 5 years. Like the system invested in me for 5 years, where they could have done completely different things with that money. They could have. What if they would have sent me to, like I said, art school? Like I said, I would have been an artist by now, or skating. Like I'm telling y'all, kids, even the kids that they're behaving bad. At the end of the day, they're kids, and I could bet you they want to do things that are fun, but they don't know how because there's nothing there for them. So I would just say, yeah, I think that I hope that also answered that answer. I mean that question.
Of course. We have another question, it is, how did you find the inspiration to speak up for yourself when you were feeling that you were in a low and lowly place, like in jail? How did you find the words and the ability to put together your story?
So yeah, like I mentioned, I could talk for like 2 hours because there's a lot of things that I didn't talk about. But another thing that I did miss out of the story that I should have mentioned that answered these questions is that, so when I was incarcerated, another thing that I started doing was reading books. And I used to love reading books that were not fiction. I used to read nonfiction books, and usually about historic great leaders. Some of the books that really inspire me, and the reason I answered the question now, why it made me want to open my mouth, is because I read books of like Nelson Mandela. I read his autobiography like twice, the big thick book. I read his whole story. I read the stories of Pancho Villa, Zapata, Gandhi, all these leaders that somehow had an impact in the world, even the Bible, right? And something that I saw in all these leaders that I've learned is that they all had been incarcerated at one point in their lifetime. Even Jesus and his followers were incarcerated. Even the worst historically, not even the worst people in humanity, like Hitler, all these people, right, were incarcerated at one point. And something I realized, like, they all were speaking up for something. So when I was in that I cell, I felt like I was that one of those folks, you know, like I need to speak up for myself. So I feel that it was an inspiration from books of historic great leaders, but at the same time, also just feeling tired and like needing to do something about it. So I think it was mostly inspired by the books that I've read of people speaking up.
Thank you. We have another question that came in. They mentioned we need to abolish life sentences for adolescents. What can we do to make that happen in our society?
Well, we need to start changing laws and policies, that's for sure. They don't allow for you to be incarcerated and to die in prison. And I think that we just need to change the narrative. We need to start change the narrative around the youth. You know, at one point, we used to call youth super predators. We used to believe that kids were born bad and they were super predators, right? So I think we need to continue to challenge those types of narratives. And change policies, continue to change policies and create systems. Well, obviously, we cannot just change things. We need to create things too. We need to create infrastructure. So community-based organizations that are working together all around. We need to create community hub centers. We need to create all of these things need to be in place now. So we could start moving toward a path where we don't rely just on punishment, where our systems of not incarceration, for these systems are not just about punishment. And so I think we just need to create infrastructures in our communities, in our counties that can really support young people in their development. And as the more that we have that, I would say that the more we could put youth in those types of places and change policies at the same time and start creating the new narrative that young people are just young people and everybody makes mistakes. I mean, all of you probably made mistakes and, you know, maybe not as bad as others, but we all make mistakes as young people. Even when we're in college, we make mistakes. You know, it could be anybody. So it's just change the narrative and just reiterating to people that nobody's born bad. It's environments, circumstances, and life scenarios that put us in scenarios where unfortunately ends up in jail sometimes. So it's not. So I would say just continue to challenge the narrative, continue to change local and state policy to get to the ultimate goal of never incarcerating young people.
Thank you, Ken. We have a couple more minutes. Are you okay to continue answering questions?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Somebody asked, where have you seen the most impact from your advocacy? For example, teams, gang membership, or where?
It's kind of a hard question. I would say, let me see if I answer right. I would say, as an organization, something that I've seen that the most impact we've had is that I've seen us walk into one thing that we're good at, I would say, is changing minds and hearts. I've been in meetings where, 10 of us formerly incarcerated young men and women dressed nice are walking into the Capitol, meeting with a senator or assembly members that oppose what we look at or oppose what we're trying to advocate for or have different views. But I witnessed how when we walked into these meetings and we let them know who we really are, and once they get to see us and there's proximity, that change is possible. You could change people's hearts and minds, and we've seen it, through the many laws that we have. ARC has helped pass, like Prop 4757, SB 260, SB 261. These are all bills and laws that I would say really benefit a lot of young people. There's people that were supposed to still be locked up right now, but because of some of these policies, they're now home. And I've seen people that have come to the ARC office here who were at one point gonna die in prison, but now they're 30 years of age. They're in the union because we have unions, right? We have a labor program. Like I hear them like, hey, now I'm here home. I've been out for a year. I have a family. I have a house. I bought my house. I bought my car. You get to see those, hear those things, and hearing those things really, it fulfills you because it tells you that, like, you know what, all the work that we're putting to change all the laws, this is the ultimate result right here. That baby from that member would have not been born because of that law. He got out and created a whole new family because he got out of that, because of those laws. So I think that that's the ultimate impact that I see with the policy change, that people are coming home and they're creating their lives all over again because they couldn't do it because the system took many years away from them. So I think that that's the ultimate major impact that I see us being able to do, changing hearts and minds of politicians so they could vote in certain ways that are good for humanity, and then seeing the outcomes of how these laws have really impact people's life.
Thank you. We have another question that came in and asked, what programs do you think were helpful when you were in juvenile hall? Like, were there programs that were helpful for you? Did you get a chance to try any of them? Yeah. And what do you think, what did you think about the education, or do you think it works to do things online with kids? And I guess that's a couple of questions, but how do you feel about the education that's provided in juvenile halls?
I would say, well, I start with education. I would say that, to be honest, the whole time education was not the best education during my incarceration. I would say that oftentimes they will give me packages, like, here, do these packages and that's it. That's your assignment. So copy from packages. So that, and then a lot of times the teachers in these places don't really know how to work with us, don't really understand us. So I think that it was no real quality education, I would say, that I received incarcerated. If anything, I self-educated myself just by reading books. But I would say that as far as like what really helped me, what I think helped me, to be honest, there's nothing in the system that really helps us. And if there is, like, for example, what really did help me was, I remember there was times where they used to do yoga classes, all right? Or when there's another nonprofit organization called Inside Our Writers. Inside Our Writers, they do creative writing classes, right? So they used to go into the juvenile house to do creative writing classes. So I think that that's one of the things that they help me. But the thing is that these are not things that are being offered by the system. These are not, they don't come from probation. They don't come from the system. These are just from the community, but they're limited. And it's like for 1 hour only. It's just to kill time. Like, you're in your cell. Oh, here comes Inside Writers for 1 hour. Oh, cool. I'm stepping out of my cell to do the Inside Writers for 1 hour. But it's not part of the system. It's community, but they're also limited themselves. So I would say creative writing classes really help me out because it makes you it allows you to express yourself and really put it on in paper. And sometimes that can diffuse you tension between you and other youth, because maybe you're gonna hear from other youth experiences, and now you're like, damn, this guy is going through some stuff too, and he's my enemy. So now it like kind of diffuses that situation. So I think that creating writing classes programs, yoga classes that really help me, and also like even the church Protestant service and Catholic services and all those services, they come in there and they volunteer, stepping out, and just that really helps as well. But like as far as like these are things that are not part of the system. That's one thing that I want to make clear. These are things that are just coming in just for the purpose of letting kids kill time during their time in these cells. I hope that was a good answer.
Yes. Thank you. We have time for like maybe one or two more questions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Fine. Sorry about that.
No problem. So this person said, thank you so much for sharing your story, Kent. What are your thoughts on young people who become gang involved? I personally feel that it is often for survival connection reasons. What are other ways that we can help youth feel supported to prevent such involvement?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of reason why youth join gangs, right? It could be for family, probably it's because like me, I felt lonely, outcast. I felt like I wanted some power, right? So I joined a gang because of that. I didn't have family members that were part of gangs. I joined the gang, right? But there's kids that join because of families, maybe because of circumstances, or maybe because the gang treats them better than home does sometimes, or just because that's all they have. So I think there's many reasons why kids join gangs, but it's mostly because they want to feel heard. A lot of us who are in gangs, we want to just be noticed. We want people to see us, and they don't see us because they only see the bad of us. And I think that I love working with youth who are that we consider the worst of the worst, but nobody's the worst of the worst. They're just more, they have more things going on. So I would think that we just need to, like I said, exposing them to things. If you take a kid from the hood right now, that is probably the one that you consider the most gang affiliated one right now, get him on a plane, take him to New York or take him to another place and have him see life, see things outside of his bubble. I could guarantee you he's gonna feel inspired, motivated. Even if he's a tough gang member, he's gonna be like, damn, this is an amazing experience. That's what we need to do. We need to expose them to different lifestyles, to different opportunities. We need to expose them that there's a more life bigger than just that gang. Because sometimes we don't know more than just that little gang in the little bubble that we're in. Because we don't have resources, we don't get to do, there's there's kids that grow up in families that they have it all, that get to travel, they get to do all kinds of things. So these kids, gang members, people that are in gangs, don't have none of this. So I think just allowing them to be exposed to the things, and even documentaries, maybe show them a documentary about things that are completely new to them. And he's gonna be asking for like, what is that? Like, and the reason I said is because when I was in that phase in my gang stages, when I was still like a gang member and thinking like that, I remember one time I went to class and I was taking a biology class, and it got my attention. I was captivated by biology. I was so intrigued by sponges for some reason, how sponges have life and all this. And this was me as a gang member. I was really into that. But nobody continued to tap into that curiosity. It just stayed there and that's it. But what if someone would have, hey, you want to know more about biology here, this and that? So I think just exposing to people to more of those different things that they don't know, and keep tapping into that curiosity and go based on that curiosity, and slowly that curiosity will lead them to do things that are fun and not gangbanging or stuff like that. I hope that makes sense too.
It definitely does. And I think we have time for one more. I'll pick one that's fast to answer. Have you ever gone to school to pursue your interest in art?
No, I have not gone to school to pursue my interest in art. I think another thing that when I came home at 20 years of age, I went right to college. I enrolled myself to college and did all that. And I majored in political science and business because I felt that for so many years I was feeling that this was my field because of my story, that I have to do activism, organizing, and all that. And I kind of pushed away my other talents, like I want to do art, all that. So I never really tapped into that, but no, I have not, and it is something that I'm tapping into as I'm speaking now, tapping back into my art skills. So I haven't done it, but I should have done it since getting out of jail. I just never did it because I was focused on changing the world.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kent. And I know I speak for all of us when I say two things. One, if you ever do make art, please submit it to our wine and art event that we have. It's very fun. I'll tell you about it later. The other thing is, thank you so much again for sharing your story and for your willingness to answer all of the questions that came in. I know that we didn't get to all of them, but again, everybody, you have his email, you have my email. Please reach out if you want to get your question answered. Kent, again, thank you so much for joining us. And I hope you have such a wonderful day and that you can join us and see the rest of the talks that we're about to have. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you again for having me. Thank you, everybody. And I hope y'all had a great time and get ready for the conference because it's going to be amazing. So don't log off. Stay on it.
Thank you, Kent. You can now turn off your camera. All right, awesome. So now if I could have Dr. Hertz turn on her camera. Hi, Dr. Hertz, how are you? I'm gonna just give you a quick little intro and then I'll hand it off to you. So everybody, please join me in welcoming Dr. Hertz. Dr. Hertz is a professor in the School of Criminal Justice and Criminalistics at Cal State Los Angeles and research director for the City of Los Angeles Mayor's Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development Research and Evaluation Team. Many of you know it as GRID. While those are her main titles, Dr. Hertz wears many hats and is very involved in her community. Dr. Hertz collaborates with the courts, probation, DCFS, other universities in LA County to conduct research that better helps us understand the characteristics and outcomes of dually involved youth. She co-leads the Los Angeles County Dual Status Youth Work Group with Judge Michael Nash, where they have explored revisions to our current 241.1 process and have made delinquency prevention recommendations to LA County. Dr. Hertz has presented her research for various communities of people in LA County, and at the national level, she has served as a consultant for the Center of Juvenile Justice Reform at Georgetown University's McCourt School of Public Policy. Most recently, she was co-principal investigator for and completed the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Dual System Youth Design Study. Her research is critical for better understanding how we can support youth, prevent further involvement, and examine the systems currently in place. Dr. Hertz shows strong dedication for young people at this intersection and continues to find ways to better understand youth. And I am so glad that she's here now to share her knowledge and research with us. Dr. Hertz, you may now unmute yourself and take it away.
Wow, thank you so much. That is a wow. That is a wonderful introduction. Like Kent, I'm feeling like, wow, okay, I have some accomplishments thanks to CASA really summarizing them for me. So thank you, Ludi. I appreciate it. It is an honor to be with everyone today and involved in this conference. And I am particularly honored to follow Charity and Kent. I have had the privilege of working with Charity on a state committee a long time ago. And I remember talking to her and being so impressed with how she moved forward with her goal of social justice, and knowing at that time that that we had all better be ready because change was coming. And certainly it has. So congratulations to Charity. And also thank you for your story. And Kent, I have not worked with, but I have been in other functions where he has spoken, and I've had an opportunity to speak to him a little bit. And I cannot tell you how inspired I always feel after hearing both Charity and Kent's story, but also many other stories. I am a researcher, an academic researcher. We definitely take an applied approach to our research, the team that I have. But ultimately, it is the story and the narrative that drives what we do with data. It has to be, because the reason that I've done this work for over 20 years is because I've always believed if we're going to have systems, then those systems really need to work, and they need to work for those who it is serving. So with that, I'm going to share my screen and begin to share the findings of some of our most recent research. Okay. All right. So to begin, this is a presentation that really is the most recent research on dual system youth, or what many people have previously referred to as crossover youth. And I'll speak to that definitional difference here in just a moment. But as I just said, the lion's share of this work has come from hearing the narratives of young people who experience both systems. I think it was Charity who said that it is so common for young people who touch both the child welfare system and the juvenile justice system to fall through cracks. And we often think of them, I think, as systems, particularly will often see those young people as small in number. And that has always been the question is, we know that having experienced maltreatment increases the likelihood of experiencing delinquency and touching the juvenile justice system. But what does that look like? What are the mechanisms by which that happens? And how often does it happen? And quite frankly, the literature in this area has been pretty sparse until about a decade or so ago, with regard to understanding the relationship between maltreatment and delinquency. And over the years, there has been more and more attention to better understand what is happening in order to really get at what Kent was saying about, at this point, what he wants to do is change the law and change policy. And I think the events that we all have seen and experienced over the last year to year and a half, and for decades, quite frankly, for many people, have really shown us that our systems have to be more equitable, and they have to really be driven by what works for young people and their families. So to that end, what we wanted to do is really dig in and understand this intersection of child welfare and juvenile justice much better. So what I'm presenting to you today, in essence, is the results and kind of a distillation of what those results might tell us about improving systems and understanding this relationship between systems from two recent studies. The original study that used this methodology was the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Dual System Youth Study, and my co-PI and co-author was Carly Durkheising for that study. And more recently, we replicated the methodology used for the OJJDP dual system youth study. And we just named it the Los Angeles Dual System Youth Study. And I am very proud to also work not only with Carly, but also Andy Eastman, Jacqueline McCruskey, Emily Putnam-Hornstein, and Lily Go. Andy, I believe, is on the call today. So Andy, feel free to jump in at any time if you feel that I've missed something. All right, with that, let's begin. So as I said, for those of you who follow this literature and try to understand kind of the macro picture around the very important narratives that we hear, or in many of your cases that you see in advocating for young people, and for many of you on this conference having experienced because of your own experiences with systems, we often have heard the terminology crossover youth to capture those young people that hit that intersection between systems. Well, in the OJJDP study, what we wanted to do was really get a better framework around definitions. So we began to transition from crossover youth to dual system youth, with crossover youth being anyone who experiences maltreatment and engages in delinquency, but dual system youth really being those crossover youth who actually touch both systems, because we know that we have youth who experience both situations but don't actually touch systems. So this presentation will really use the terminology dual system youth, but for those of you used to using crossover youth, it's really the same thing. So a real quick dive into the prevalence of dual system contact, because that's usually the big question. Well, how many young people fall into this situation? And the problem is that in the research that we have to date, the prevalence rates can vary. We can look at it by following young people in child welfare and how many of them cross into delinquency. And we can also look at juvenile justice system, people in the juvenile justice system, and look back at their child welfare histories. When we do that, we get very different percentages, and you can see some of the ranges there. And one of the reasons that that happens is, A, the type of methodology. Are we looking forward or are we looking back? But more importantly, we find the variation because different definitions are used to measure crossover or dual system, and different samples are used, and different ways to measure different things. And when you do that, you end up with getting different results. And then it becomes very complicated. The unfortunate part is that our data and the use of data is very important to marry to the narrative, right? So the data alone are insightful, but when married to the narrative, we really have the ability to start peeling back the layers of systems and really understanding where systems might even be contributing to problems that we're trying to solve. So what we wanted to do was really clarify prevalence. The other thing that we wanted to explore in these studies was the role of pathways. So traditionally, research in this area really looks at the intersection of systems as one group. So all young people who have child welfare experience and juvenile justice experience. So no research, or very little research, really pursues, well, how does that happen? Which system do they touch first? What do they do it at the same time, or do they touch both systems at different times? So we wanted to explore all of those issues, prevalence as well as dual system pathways. And today I'm going to give you some insight into what we found. So as an example of what I was explaining in the research, what we did was we looked at Los Angeles County as an example, and we had some data that allowed us to look at the number of what we would say in traditional historic Los Angeles County terms, dual system youth, which equated to 241.1 MDT referrals. 241 is a reference to the Welfare and Institutions Code that specifically lays out the law and the procedures for the courts when a young person has has a child welfare case and a juvenile justice petition. When we did that, we saw that of all new petitions between 2014 and 2016, 13% were considered dual system youth. Now, one could argue that relative to the size of the overall juvenile justice population, 13% is a smaller percentage. And so the particular decisions around policies and practices might be impacted by perception of this being a smaller population within the juvenile justice system. But to my point on the last slide, when we did a different study that preceded this analysis, we used a different definition of dual system, which was any contact with the child welfare system at some point in their lives. And we looked at young people who were exiting out of group homes and camps from probation. And when we did that, what you can see is a very different percentage. We went from 13% to 83%. So that lays the foundation ultimately for the studies we're going to talk about today. The first study, very quickly, just so you have some context, and also You can just really search this on Google if you want the full report. It's the OJJDP Dual System Youth Design Study. And again, I won't spend too much time here because I've really kind of explained to you what we were trying to do there. The report does do some other things, but for the purposes of today, we're just going to focus on prevalence and definitions. I'm not going to hover here, but it just speaks to the amount of work and thought that went into this study. This gives you a sense of all the different research partners. We had a research team that Carly and I worked closely with. We also collaborated with the Center for Juvenile Justice Reform. And of course, we are always eternally grateful to the probation and court systems in Cook County, Cuyahoga County, and New York City for allowing us to use the data. The second study, the Los Angeles Dual System Youth Study, again, I've pretty much introduced this. It replicates what we did around prevalence and definitions for the OJJDP study. And we recently released a brief, and the link is here, but again, you can get that from the Children's Data Network website, and that was just released, and the findings today we'll go over. And to the similar point of OJJDP, this study would not have been possible without a tremendous amount of partnership. In particular, we would not be having this conversation without the RISA Foundation. RISA Foundation recognized the importance of this work and funded specifically the use of administrative data to look at dual system youth. And then there are many other partners that the Children's Data Network has to make the data infrastructure possible. And we have a few others that were very critical in this study. And again, we want to give our thanks to the California Department of Social Services, the Los Angeles County Department of Children and Family Services, and probation, without whom we would not be able to dig in and look at these issues with you. Okay, so now the ride begins. What did we find? Well, when we started to look at how best to understand prevalence and what was happening around pathways and what the experiences and characteristics would be, we decided that it was best to identify a first juvenile justice petition cohort. So these would all be children or young people, actually, because they're adolescents, that would have gotten their first juvenile justice petition between the years shown according to the sites. For Los Angeles, we had more recent data, so we were able to look at 2014 to 2016. And what that meant is that we really had a large sample size for these different areas, and these were all metropolitan areas. So from a rigorous standpoint, we did have really robust data to be able to dig into and understand these issues better. So what did the data tell us? Well, when we simply matched the administrative data across systems, we found in the OJJDP study that the range of prevalence went from 45% to 70% in Cook, Cuyahoga, and New York City. So this was a bit shocking because we had seen some of those numbers in some of the research, but not with this strength in data and methodology. So what we began to see in the OJJDP study was that this notion that the intersection of child welfare and juvenile justice being small and being relatively rare was not accurate. That actually most of the young people in the juvenile justice system, particularly those being adjudicated in the court system, had some contact with child welfare. So the next question was, well, what did that look like in Los Angeles when we replicated? And we did expect the percentage to be higher than 13%, but it came in nearly identical to Cuyahoga County and just short of New York City, which was pretty amazing that we have 4 metropolitan counties, 3 of which all hover around 2/3 of its adjudicated population having touched the child welfare system. So now, pathways. Now this is where at first thought it can get a little bit tricky, but after you get used to hearing some of these terms, it'll be a little bit easier. But let me take a quick second to lay out the different pathways. So the first pathway, these two pathways, dual contact, child welfare first, is really when there is a break in time, right? So when it says dual contact, when it's DC, that means that these cases are not at the same time. When you see dually involved, DI, that means that they are happening at the same time. So these bars represent the involvement in each system, and you can see they overlay here for dually involved child welfare. And what the child welfare stands for is that child welfare contact happened first, followed by the juvenile justice. On the other hand, dually involved juvenile justice first, you can see the flip of those colors. They actually entered the juvenile justice system first, and then after being petitioned, they had an investigation by the child welfare system. But there's one other interesting piece that we found in our analysis in OJJDP's study, which was there were many youth, particularly in this juvenile justice first, that followed with child welfare. They actually had a historical child welfare case. So technically, they really had been child welfare first, but it had been non-concurrent or not at the same time. And we did also see that happen with some of the dually involved child welfare cases, that they too had an earlier historical case, then nothing, no child welfare contact, and then child welfare contact again. Those are, oops, I'm sorry. Whoa. These are the primary groups that we'll be talking about today. There is two other groups that we put into dual system juvenile justice first. These are very small groups, and these are, as you can see by the color scheme here in the graph, these are youth who touch the juvenile justice system first and then child welfare, either at the same time or non-concurrently. But one of the things that you're going to see, I'm going to jump ahead on one of my results just because you have all of these pathways in front of you, and you can see it, is that the vast majority, nearly 90% or more of all the dual system pathway youth that we saw touched the child welfare system first. This group down here was less than 10%. So we really focus mainly on these groups going forward. And you can see that in a more visual way here. So that dual system juvenile justice group, those young people who touched juvenile justice first with no previous child welfare contact at all, are less than 10%. And all of these other groups, regardless of pathway, touch the child welfare system first. In Los Angeles County, what we found is that the dually involved juvenile justice with a history of child welfare was the largest dually involved. So this is concurrent contact at the same time, followed by those dually involved child welfare cases, which we believe, going back to our earlier slide, represent the 241 MDT referrals, which is, and by our estimate, was 13%. But one of the things that you see most immediately when looking at this graph is the non-concurrent contact. Most of the dual system youth contact is in non-concurrent. And I think this goes to, you know, that this is a graph that kept coming to my mind when I heard Ken speaking, because what this tells us is that when we have half or more of young people entering the juvenile justice system through an adjudicated petition, this means that it's a pretty serious thing. The DA is pursuing charges in the court. We are rarely understanding or knowing that their history includes some allegation of neglect or abuse. And it goes to the heart of what I heard from Kent, which is, the question of why is this youth in this situation now? And without having that bigger, broader perspective of what the life circumstances were, we don't have a really good sense of how best to help that young person change the path that they are on. So this graph really brings home that we can't just assume that the intersection of child welfare and juvenile justice only occurs when both are happening at the same time. In fact, many of our youth, over half, are experiencing child welfare contact, which is an indication of potential allegation of a potential maltreatment, either abuse or neglect, at some point in their lives. That has serious ramifications and implications for how we serve those youth once they can't come to our attention in the juvenile justice system. Okay, so we know now that 2/3 essentially of our petitioned youth in Los Angeles County have touched the child welfare system. We know that half of them are non-concurrent, meaning that whether the juvenile court knows about, whether probation knows about, takes into account, builds into case plans, that history of abuse or neglect, we have no idea if that is happening. So what else do we know about these young people, right? Well, we know that if we just look at dual system youth as a group, we know that the overrepresentation of Black youth is even higher than it is with just juvenile justice alone. So we know already that in juvenile justice populations, it is about 2 to 2.5 times overrepresentation of Black youth in the juvenile justice system relative to the population, but this increases it to 3 to 4 times. For females, it is very, very common nationally as well as locally that females in the juvenile justice system range in the 15 to 20% range. But consistently, not only in Los Angeles, but in the OJJDP sites, as well as other studies across the nation, we see an increased representation of females in the dual system population. So this actually raised a question, and my colleague Andy Eastman deserves credit for this, because she said, well, you know, what is the likelihood of young people in this group? Because if I come back here quickly, you know, clearly males are more likely to be in this population than females. And that is true numerically, that the proportion is correct, but it does hide something. And what Andy wanted to dig into, and I'm so glad she did, is what happens when we look at race and sex together, so an interaction of that, and we look at the likelihood of being a dual system youth in this population according to those groups. And what you see very, very quickly is now it's not about the proportion of male and females, it's about likelihood. And if it was equally likely across all groups, then you would see the same number in each of these rows. But instead of the same number, you see a wide variation, particularly between males and females. Females overall, regardless of race and ethnicity, were more likely to be in the dual system group than the males. And this was particularly, oh goodness, my slides are so sensitive here, sorry about that. This is particularly high for Black females. So Black females had a higher likelihood of being in the dual system population than any other group. That was followed by white females, Hispanic females, then by white females and Black males. Both white males and Hispanic males were the least likely to be in the dual system population. Okay, so that takes us, to looking at sex and race ethnicity across the pathway. So if you're following me here in terms of kind of the scaffolding that we're laying out, we wanted to know the prevalence. We know that that's 2/3. That's eye-popping. So then we want to know, of that 2/3, what pathways do they follow? We know that most of them follow a non-concurrent pathway, that dual contact child welfare, DCCW. But we also know that the other half fall into dually involved category of concurrent involvement, but in different ways. And so we really have these three groups that we wanted to just compare and see if there were differences. So there's the dual contact non-concurrent child welfare first. There's the dually involved concurrent juvenile justice first, but really a child welfare historical investigation. And then there is the straightforward dually involved child welfare first youth. And when we compare that across sex, race, and ethnicity, what we see is that, again, Black females have the highest likelihood of being in that dually involved child welfare category. And we see Hispanic male youth most likely to be in that dual contact child welfare category. Now that's going to be very important as we move forward. So keep that in mind here for the next couple of slides. So now we wanted to know, when we look at those pathways, do the child welfare experiences differ? So again, if they didn't differ, you would see the same numbers in each of the columns. They would be identical. I don't know what those numbers would necessarily be, but they would be the same. But that is not what we see. What we see is that across the categories, from non-concurrent contact to the dually involved contact, we see an increase in the number of investigations. We see a longer age range for those investigations. We see a longer time spent in an open case and in out-of-home care. So to stop there briefly, the dually involved child welfare, again, this is a young person who is being petitioned in the juvenile justice system, and they also have an open child welfare case. They had spent on average 40 months in child welfare open case care, and they had spent 38 months, which is about 3 years, in out-of-home care. This compares by half to the dual contact child welfare young people who had non-concurrent contact. So in essence, they had touched the child welfare system as a young person, and now they were an adolescent entering the juvenile justice system, and their time was cut by half compared to the dually involved child welfare cases. Now, what about those juvenile justice first with a historical child welfare case? They fell right in the middle. And we won't have time today for me to show you all the pieces of information, but what was interesting about that group is sometimes that dually involved juvenile justice child welfare first historical case looked more like the non-concurrent cases, and other times it looked like the concurrent cases. So we're really exploring that more with the additional data analysis that we're doing now. The last thing I want to point out on this slide is the experience a group home placement. So of these three, 83% of the dually involved child welfare involved youth had been placed in a group home. And you can see that that again is cut nearly by a half when you look at the non-concurrent contact. Okay, so now let's keep in mind. So we have Black females who are more likely to be in this category here, and this category here, and Black males follow Black females. So Black young people are more likely to be in this category here. And this category here is more likely to have more investigations, longer times in the child welfare system, and more likely to be in a group home. So let's continue and look at the juvenile justice experiences. Here you can see we added a new column for juvenile justice only. So these are the young people in our study that did not touch child welfare. And that becomes kind of a base comparison. So here we can look at whether they were detained following their arrest, right? And that was 34% for the juvenile justice only young people. But when we compare that to the dual system, we see again that the dual contact, non-concurrent involvement looked very similar to the juvenile justice only group. But when we get to dually involved, we see that increase to nearly half of the young people in these categories being detained in juvenile hall. We also see that their arrest was more likely to be for a violent offense, and they were more likely to be, those violent offenses were more likely to be an assault. We don't have much time here, but one thing that I would point out and take a quick second is to really make the relationship between the violent offense and assaults. From other work that we've done nationally as well as locally, we know that a lot of these assaults are happening in group homes, or interestingly enough, if they're placed back at home. So it really goes, again, I mean, so much of what Kent shared with us resonated with what I was seeing in the data, which is, you know, really understanding what is happening and also understanding how cumulative adversity creates different situational circumstances that can then result in decisions that any one of us would make in those circumstances, but we aren't necessarily experiencing all of those situations. So group home assaults often are described as a fight that has gotten to a point where police have been called. Would that have happened, be it not for the fact that they were at a group home, if they were still at home in a stable, safe environment? We also see that our dually involved cases here are more likely to be placed in a group home, largely because they are in a group home at the time of arrest. So they are either being moved to a new group home or they're staying in that group home. And they also have the highest level of recidivism. Within a year, about 30% had recidivated compared to just about 20%. So about 10% more likely. So when we put all of that together, what we see is that you can really categorize all those tables into some patterns that tell us that there are three categories, right, of child welfare contact. So previous research has really talked about levels of maltreatment. What these studies start to do is add to that literature and add to that discussion about, yes, the levels and types of maltreatment matter, but the levels and types and duration of system involvement also probably matter with regard to the escalation of juvenile justice involvement and the deepness within which young people penetrate that system. So when we really take those tables and we begin to distill them into these three categories, what we start to see is that there's low, short, and limited child welfare contact. There's moderate with a mixed level of child welfare involvement, and there's a high level of long and extensive involvement. And we see that there are certain young people that fall into these categories. The low, short, and limited are most likely to be Hispanic males. They have less intrusive experiences in the juvenile justice system, and they have a lower rate of recidivism. They also had, to the name of the category, just very much more limited contact with child welfare. For those who had mixed levels of child welfare involvement, they were most likely to be Hispanic males and females. They were most likely to have higher levels of juvenile justice involvement, but they had a mixed, interestingly, a mixed experience with disposition from the juvenile justice system and what they received, because these young people often went home on supervision. And they had a higher rate of recidivism. Those that were in the high level of child welfare, oh, sorry, I'm telling you, this is so sensitive. Now it won't go back. Okay, so for high level of child welfare involvement, we see this is most likely to be Black males and females, to have higher levels of juvenile justice involvement and intrusive outcomes, meaning deeper involvement, and higher levels of recidivism. So what does all of this tell us? How does it begin to drive our thinking in a new, hopefully, and more impactful way? Well, first of all, it hopefully will evolve the historical definition of dual system involvement in LA County from the historical one of just those young people who fall into the 241.1 protocol, the Welfare and Institutions Code, which means you have to have very specific circumstances, to a more comprehensive way of understanding dual system involvement. So if we are able to move and reframe our thinking around that, we go from thinking that 13% of young people fall in that intersection to about 2/3. That changes the entire narrative. What these findings, in short, I think, and my colleagues and I have talked about extensively, and we collectively agree, is they underscore a significant opportunity to prevent delinquency from ever occurring, and ultimately preventing dual system contact from ever occurring. So we know that between 44% and 70% of all youth with a juvenile justice petition in 3 metropolitan areas were dual system youth. This is not a small population. We know that over 90% of those youth had contact with the child welfare system first. So this is not a mystery as to where the point of contact is here. So we really believe collectively that the critical reframing that we have to do is embedding delinquency prevention within a prevention continuum of care that targets maltreatment and begins in the community and continues through system involvement if system involvement occurs. What does that look like? It looks like primary prevention in the community. This is the key, right? We often think of delinquency prevention when kids are older, but the truth of the matter is that the same factors that contribute to maltreatment also contribute to delinquency, also contribute to early pregnancy, also contribute to substance use, also contribute to violence. So we have to really begin to think more broadly, and we need to empower community-based programming and supports for families and young people. And again, this is, you know, in many ways, I thought, well, I don't need to present. Kent has really covered everything because he really emphasized the point that it's about the opportunities that are given within the community to support and create safe environments and give young people the opportunity to see who they are and to become the best versions of themselves within a safe, supportive environment. Sometimes that's not going to happen, and it will get into the child welfare system, the case will, the young person in the family, and once they enter into child welfare, again, we know that there's a huge opportunity to mitigate the risk for delinquency. But we can't set it aside. We can't think of it as separate. We have to think of it as a collective because the same risk factors align, but we have to be aware of that. We have to recognize it. It doesn't just magically happen. At this point too, we have to use and really create innovative system approaches to reduce the likelihood of young people entering into the juvenile justice system. I think the youth diversion and development effort to create diversion throughout the county is an excellent example of this. And then if in the rare event, if we put all of these pieces in place, I think my colleagues and I would agree that we would see fewer and fewer young people entering the juvenile justice system. But for those who do, we could then really begin to see more healing, more trauma-informed care around them so that there is a collective and a holistic way of serving them and supporting them. This all is very nicely captured in a recent report from the Office of Child Protection's prevention report. So we did have a dual status work group who worked on delinquency prevention, and we had a wonderful array and collective of folks around the table. And I believe that many of the things that Charity and Ken spoke to in their experiences and for themselves and for the others that they've worked with, I do believe that the folks around that table did try to capture many of those experiences and how we could prevent them from happening. So I do encourage you to look up that report. That is less about data and more about what should be done to improve things. And with that, I think, I haven't been minding time, Ludi, so if you've been jumping up and down on your end going, time, I missed it. So hopefully I'm okay on time.
No, you're definitely good on time. We have time for questions. Let's see. So if anybody has questions, now is a good time to go ahead and submit them. I'm going to go ahead and just start asking you, Denise, if that's okay with you.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. So the first question is this data provided to the LA County Board of Supervisors and other decision makers to advocate for more community resources?
Right, that's a great question. And that connects back to the dual status work group. So we did this study, again, a huge thanks to RISA Foundation for their support. They supported this simultaneously while the dual status work group was doing its work. So we do see the brief that is on the CDN website as a parallel, and actually not a parallel, a sister document to the dual status work group. And we wrote the prevention report in that way. That report has since been released by the Office of Child Protection. Judge Nash is leading that effort. And as far as I know, all of the board supervisors and their deputies have received the report. I'm hopeful that that is the case. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Denise.
Can I add one more thing, Ludi, real quick? I did want to be careful on time just because so many of each slide could be a presentation in and of itself in many ways. And one of the really big recommendations that we made in the prevention report that was built off of both this work as well as the recommendations that were put together by the group was that we had the data and the narratives. When you look at the narrative or you hear the narratives, it's over and over and over again that there were missed opportunities throughout a young person's lifetime. And so we really tried to make the case that you can't separate delinquency prevention from everything else. You have to see it as a global thriving of young people, right? A commitment to well-being for young people. And right now, I've been doing this work for a long, long time. I never thought I would say that, but gosh, the years go by. And I have never seen an opportunity to change systems in a way that really dismantles some of the institutionalized oppression and injustice and inequity. That is going to it's not going to go away overnight, but it is finally the time where many initiatives in the state and in the county are underway to do that. And I say that because in our report, we said, look, this can't be a separate initiative. This is something that should be embedded in all of those initiatives to accelerate that process, to bring the focus and empowerment back into the community and use systems where they can be leveraged to help communities create safety and security.
Thank you, Denise.
Mm-hmm.
We had another question come in that says, can you provide examples of community-based programs that cities can offer? Have we seen results of certain outreach programs that have had significant results?
Yes. I'm not sure if, I can think from the delinquency side of the house. I'm not sure if Andy, she's probably not able to speak, right? Andy Eastman, if she's on. But
we can bring her on.
Okay, she wasn't expecting that, but I'll give her a couple of seconds. I'll lead in. The reason I'm asking her to join is because we really weave back these results to the Office of Child Protection Prevention Strategy. And there have been efforts under that countywide prevention strategy, and some of the work that I know Jacqueline McCruskey is involved in and Andy is involved in around Family First and different things. And Andy's a little bit more versed in those program names and what's happening with that. Andy?
Yeah, happy to suddenly jump in. Sorry, it's a little dark in here. But I think that one of the things that we're really focused on is making sure that there are supports for those really phenomenal community-based services that prevent the child welfare involvement and the family preservation and the family strengthening services. One of the things that we talked to Judge Nash about was the hotline to a helpline campaign. And that's where, you know, when you make a call to report child abuse and neglect to the hotline, you're actually getting a helpline, a link to that family that's going to prevent further CPS involvement. And one of the things that Denise has, or Dr. Hertz has so lovely presented, is that there's a relationship between increasing child protection involvement and increasing juvenile justice involvement. And so if we're able to use those services that we know are effective and offered in the community to reduce the need for child welfare involvement and to better support families before deeper child welfare involvement is needed, we believe that we will also see the reductions in the juvenile justice involvement population.
And I think that hotline to helpline is an excellent example of what we hope this entire presentation shows. And just not to be redundant, but to add on, you know, it is ultimately the most important thing, I think, in this relationship, at least with the administrative data that we have, combined with the narratives that we hear, is once families enter into systems, there's just so many possibilities where things can go wrong, right? There's just decisions that are made for young people and families that may actually contribute to that intersection with delinquency. And so the more that we can head off that entering of the system, then systems, if we're going to have systems, can really begin to think about how they wrap around and create the best environments for young people who can't find that safety and security in the community, right? And if that even occurs. But it's really, I do think, and that's the theme so far with 3 speakers, I think, is that really empowering community, but making sure that community is in fact delivering those practices. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Dr. Eastman.
Thank you. The next question is, so somebody asked, their young person is assigned to non-court informal probation. Is that category included in these stats, or is that separate?
No, they are. Yes, they are. So this would be any young person who in this study, and I'm sorry, the reason I stumbled is because I've done other data analysis for LA County. For this particular study, any probation response where there had been a petition. So I would need to know probably a little bit more about that case, but if they were petitioned, but they were given a WIC 654, 725A or 790 disposition, which keeps them out of court, but requires them to do some diversion type of programming, then yes, they are in this study. That is correct.
Thank you. I believe this person, so we got a question that asked if they could get a link to the report that you'd mentioned. I think it's the delinquency prevention report. I have a Word and PDF copy of it, but is there one posted online that I could find and post on our website?
Yes, what I'll do after I'm done here is I'll send it through the chat. It's also in the PowerPoint on the last page, or when I get down to that last before questions. So, but I'll throw it into the chat here in just a second.
Thank you.
I will also throw the CDN report in there as well.
Perfect. Another question is, are you aware of any efforts nationally to better coordinate services and communication between the two systems? Often the delinquency and child welfare systems can be working in ways that feel very siloed.
Right, I completely agree. And this is one of the long-standing, and the irony here, as many of you know, the juvenile court, at least formally, we recognize that as being established in 1899, and it was established for both maltreatment and delinquency. And over time, it really became a bifurcated court where the two did not meet, right? They had different goals, and they felt that those goals and the population they served were separate and distinct, when in fact they really are not separate and distinct. So there are many examples across the nation of jurisdictions who have focused on this work and really built integrated systems. Many of these, if not all of them, have been involved in the Center for Juvenile Justice Reform out of Georgetown University, their crossover youth practice model. So jurisdictions can participate in that program to build integrated systems. And also some jurisdictions, maybe even who are participating on this call, may have participated in the Robert F. Kennedy Action Corps Dual System Initiative. So there are at least two entities that work with jurisdictions across the nation. And I know that if you calculate those jurisdictions, it's now close to 200, if not more, who have done that work. Los Angeles actually participated in the crossover youth practice model. And I think, the 241 protocol that was led by Judge Nash and many, many others over the past, since the 1990s, early 1990s, really is, I think, even though it can be improved, there are lots of ways to improve upon it. I think it is a model and has been looked to as a model across the nation as at least bringing people together to talk. And that's why I make that point in the presentation between that 13% and the 2/3. So that 241 multidisciplinary team that's part of that protocol are really only focused on that 13%. When in fact, we may have young people who have experienced similar situations who never are part of a multidisciplinary integrated system conversation.
Thank you. We have a question that came that said, it seems that group home involvement was a predictor to juvenile justice involvement, or some kind of correlation existed. Do you have thoughts on how we can reduce the crossover between group home placements and juvenile justice involvement?
Yeah, well, that is probably a whole conference in and of itself, right? But to kind of just reinforce the points that you raise in your question, we do know that group homes can increase the likelihood of crossing into delinquency. There are a couple of key reasons, and probably many others as well, but I'll just highlight a couple. One is that group homes, sometimes certain group homes in particular, even with good intentions, will try and take young people into placement because they need a placement, but that young person is not a good match for the staff that they have or the facility that they have. And so what ends up happening is that mismatch creates the environment of disagreements, which then escalates into aggressiveness and ultimately can result in police being called. So it really is important. Group homes in and of themselves, just being a group home, are not a risk factor, but group homes where you have a mismatch between the young person's needs and what is happening at the group home that is where you get into trouble. And then the other is, especially the way group homes have been structured and used in the past, you often have a lot of young people that, whether it's true or not, I can't speak to it, but systems will think of them as hard to place. And when you have in adolescent development, 14, 15, 16-year-olds who have similar adversity and similar circumstances, and they're not doing well at school, and they're all living in the same environment. In criminology, that is one thing that has stood no matter what time or context you're in. Delinquent peers, being with others who are involved in different things can get you into trouble. So you have kind of those two things happening, right? So I do believe the movement to reduce group homes, especially group homes that are just housing young people and are not specifically treating specific needs, and that are lasting in long durations versus short stays to address acute needs. I think that is where the systems are going. But I do think that ultimately, and I'm kind of rambling on here because it's just such a big issue, but I think that really you can carve it any way, but it's just like anything else. If you're going to have group homes, right? So there's the question of, do we need group homes? But if you're going to have group homes, then anything, like anything, they should be used appropriately. And only young people who are matched to what the facility can provide should be there.
Thank you. I believe we have time for 2 more questions.
Okay.
One of the questions is, one, thanking you for your work and, being very appreciative about it. Saying it is great to hear you speak to limiting or eliminating police involvement with our youth, and in particular youth that I have already touched or are in the child welfare system. I worry sometimes we are too quick to accept the premise that police interaction is needed when there has to be a better solution. Are you finding that the existing system is open-minded to a fresher approach to police and probation as it relates to interacting with our youth?
Oh, wow, that's a big question. I think what I can say, I can't answer that question completely because it's a very big one. And I just don't think I have the exposure to enough people, especially in the midst of the pandemic, to really have a good sense of that. But what I can say from the work that I've been involved in different jurisdictions around this issue, and from the literature that looks at interviews with law enforcement and probation officers, is that there is a recognition in law enforcement and probation that young people who have experienced maltreatment and in child welfare, who are then coming into juvenile justice, are often misplaced there, right? And I think there is a frustration by key stakeholders throughout the system that there is not a better alternative, right? Because by the time that this young person is 15 or 16 and they've had this cumulative adversity, they've had missed opportunities, and one system has failed them after another system, it gets to a point where I think we don't have the right continuum to best serve those young people. And I think that's why I am most optimistic about the conversations that are coming out of the question that you just raised, which is, how should we be structured, right? Because the structure that we have right now is actually creating some of the problem. So how do we restructure that so that we can truly accomplish creating safe environments for young people and families, environments that support and celebrate their experiences, their culture, their communities, and help them to thrive. Ultimately, that's what everyone's trying to do. I'm just not sure that we've done it well. And even though right now it's a very uncomfortable place, I think, in the discussions, and there's lots of varied opinions, I think I see some optimism in that, because what that says is that we're not going to settle for what was, and that we have to see something new. Because otherwise, what our data continue to tell us, and the panels today are going to help with narrative to more fully show that we have young people who are in the LGBTQ plus community. We have young people who are impacted by commercial sexual exploitation, and they are more likely to be in this dual system population. We can no longer be willing to tolerate that. I think for a long time there was not a lot of data. And then there was some data, but oh, well, it's a small population. So we have such big populations we have to serve. It's not a small population. And we are now, I think, compelled to really, really wrestle with the question you raised and come out of it with some very specific restructuring.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hertz. We're at time now. I again want to thank you for your attendance and for sharing all of this data with us. I really appreciate you being here. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm very happy to be a part of it. I hope it was helpful.
Oh, very, very helpful.
I'll put the links in the chat.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. You may
Bye,
now
everyone.
turn off your camera.
Okay.
All right, awesome. So thank you so much, attendees, for hanging in there and listening so far. I really appreciate it. We are now going to take a break and we'll return at 2:30 to start with our first panel of the day, which specifically examines dually involved youth with queer identities. So please join us at 2:30 for our first panel. And for those panelists that are currently watching us as attendees, just look out in your screen and you will be transitioned to a panelist shortly. All right, well, thank you so much, and we will be back at 2:30. Hi, panelists. Can you see me and hear me?
Yep. Hi.
Hi. Is everybody able to unmute themselves and turn their video on and off?
It told me not
Keep
to.
saying that they won't let me turn the video.
Right. I can unmute
For me,
video.
just mic.
Let's see. We'll fix that on the back end. Mika, let us know when they can try again.
Just doing
There we
it
go.
right now. Should be working in a second. Okay.
Okay. How is that?
Perfect. We can see you and hear you.
I know AJ.
Hey, Tim. How you doing?
How are you?
Good. It's good to see you. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well.
Okay. Aisha and Bianca, do you have the capabilities to share your screen?
Yes. Bianca and I didn't check in about this. Do you?
Yeah, we sure didn't. Yeah, I mean, since you're starting, if you can pull it up and then you could just like click on the few I do at the end, that could work.
Sure.
Okay.
Are you ready for me to share my screen now?
We can wait for a bit so that the moderator can help with doing the intros, and then we'll hop into the presentation. Let's see. I know we're still waiting for Gia. So we'll see when Gia is able to come in. In terms of the other, is everybody's name listed correctly and your gender pronouns are listed and everything?
You mean on our own screens? Like what we generate, I mean, not something you've generated?
Yeah, like are you able to edit? And,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Let's see. Okay, and so just so everybody knows, the Q&A questions will be coming in and we have someone monitoring them. If you want to answer it at the end during the Q&A session, you can just mark it as if you want to answer it later on. Otherwise, we can wait until the end to do the Q&A session. And let's see. Okay, so I can let Michelle go ahead and introduce herself, and then what we're going to do, oh, I think I see Gia. Hi, Gia. Gia, do you have your ability to like mute and unmute yourself?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right. So then I just let everybody else know you have the ability to edit your name if there's anything that you want to change. And the other thing is the Q&A box will have questions coming in. Feel free to mark the question if you want to answer it at the end, or if you would like to just hold off on it, that's more than fine. So you can focus on the questions that are going on at the time. And so now I'll let Michelle introduce herself to you all, and then we'll all turn off our cameras and go on mute until we begin at 2:30.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much, Ludi, for just organizing all of us. It's nice to meet you all, even if it is in 2D. I did get emails from some of you in regards to like the pronunciation of your names. And of course, I read your bios and everything. I think, Chris, I wanted to ask you how you pronounce your last name.
It's Mady.
Mady, Chris Mady. Okay, thank you so much. And then Gia, your last name's as well.
Yes, it's Olayes.
Olayes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Olayes Miramontes. Or
yeah, Olayas Miramontes, if that works for you, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm definitely glad to hear. So I'm Michelle Newman. I am a supervisor at CASA. So I support our CASAs who support our young people. What I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly welcome everyone. I'm going to introduce myself, but I'm going to ask during that time that you turn off your cameras, and then we'll resume after that, and I'll ask you to turn on your cameras once I introduce each one of you. But I'm going to share your name, and once I say your name, you're going to say your name, your pronouns, the organization you're affiliated with, and why this topic is important to you. I think everyone got the script and everything. So is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. It's hard to talk to several people and then I can't see everyone, but I'm really happy to meet you all.
Great.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Michelle, my last name is Vasquez. I don't know if I sent that.
Okay. I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you so much. And do you like Timothy or Timo?
Timo's fine.
Timo's fine? Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. So welcome back, everybody. I'm so glad that we're going to get started on our first panel of the day. I want to go ahead and introduce our moderator for this session, Michelle Newman. And Michelle is one of our advocate supervisors at CASA of Los Angeles, an amazing person on our team. I'll let her tell herself a little bit more, tell you all about a little bit more about herself, and go ahead and moderate the session.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. So as Ludi was saying, my name is Michelle Newman. I'm super excited to be here, as well as introduce you to today's panel on dual status youth and LGBTQ2+ identities. So I'm a supervisor at CASA of Los Angeles, and what I do is I support our volunteers with their advocacy efforts amongst our young people. I was actually previously in foster care myself, along with my sister, my twin sister in San Diego County. So supporting children and youth who are system involved is something that's really important to me. In addition to working at CASA, I also lead our LGBTQ2+ committee, which is dedicated to training our volunteers and our staff on how best to support those young people. And with that said, it's definitely a pleasure and a great honor to be moderating today's panel discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and start with introducing our panelists, our wonderful panelists. And so what I'll do is I'm going to say their name, and then once I say their name, they're going to share their information, their pronouns, their organizational affiliation, in addition to why this topic is so important to them. So we're going to start it off with Gia.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Gia Olayas Miramontes. I use they, them, their, and she, her pronouns. I work for the Department of Public Health, working under the Division of HIV and STD Programming, doing research among different demographics in the county. However, I began my work as a reentry counselor, and that work led me to working as an LGBT advocate for youth experiencing detention at the halls. And so at the moment, I haven't been able to go in just yet, but I'll be reaching out to a lot new referrals in the coming months. And I can say that in the 3 years of being an LGBT mentor for youth, identified youth in the halls, I've worked with just about 300 identified youth. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Gia. So next we have Sam Bernstein.
Hello, I'm Samuel Garza Bernstein. I use he and him. By trade, I'm a screenwriter and author, but I've been a CASA volunteer advocate for about 5 years, working with 2 trans kids, one female, one male. Both of them have had experiences as dual system youth. In terms of my CASA involvement, I'm a passionate believer in the idea that we can change the world one action and one person at a time. And as a gay man, I feel like I kind of had it easy. I was out in high school, my family was progressive. Other kids are not so lucky, and foster kids in the LGBTQ2+ community have traditionally found themselves to be horribly unlucky in terms of family and institutional acceptance. So I believe when we're lucky, we have a responsibility to reach out to those who haven't had the same advantages.
Thank you so much, Sam, for sharing. Next is Chris.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Chris Mady. I use he, him, or they, them pronouns. And I work at an organization called Just Detention International, and JDI, or JDI for short. And JDI works around sexual abuse that occurs inside detention facilities. And my focus with JDI is really on working with queer youth, specifically trans folks who are detained, and the increased rates of sexual abuse that trans folks face. So I'm really excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Next is AJ Young.
Hi, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. My name is AJ Young, and I use she, her, and they, them pronouns. And I work for Supervisor Sheila Kuehl, who is the supervisor, the LA County Supervisor for the 3rd District. And I have a pretty unique role where I get to focus on 2 main areas, which are LGBTQ+ communities and juvenile justice. And one of the things I really love about this work is being able to bring in my past experience doing direct service social work, and having that inform how I look at policy and how I sort of look at the bigger picture of things. And I'm really grateful to have had those experiences, because I feel like you know, it really helps me, it really helps ground me and see the tangible impacts of what we're involved in with this work. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, AJ, for sharing. Aisha Canfield-Allen is next.
Hi, everybody. My name is Aisha Canfield-Allen. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am a director at Series Policy Research. We are a group of community researchers working to decarcerate young people all over the country. My 2 main buckets of work are working with probation departments, juvenile probation departments, to implement what we call SOGI, sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, SOGI data fields into existing case management systems so that we can better understand who is in our facilities at any given time. And I also work with community-based organizations doing, as a learning partner, but really doing evaluations to promote community-based alternatives as healing and affirming alternatives to traditional system interventions. So I'm so happy to be here with everybody.
Thank you. I think that joy is definitely reciprocated, Aisha. Next is Dr. Bianca Diem Wilson.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm very excited to join this panel. I'm so grateful for Ludi and colleagues who organized it. Yeah, again, my name is Bianca Wilson. My pronouns I use are she, her. For reference, they are on my little video, my little square. Let's see, I mean, what brings me really to this work? So I'm a senior scholar at the Williams Institute, and that's a research center focused on sexual orientation and gender identity public policy. And you know, most of our work at the Williams Institute centers on providing the kind of data that policymakers or policy advocates need in order to inform kind of decisions, suggested solutions, and public discussion about LGBT issues. And so one of my main areas there at the Institute has been LGBT youth and the child welfare system, juvenile detention, homelessness, and also just LGBT poverty more broadly. I mean, what really brings me to this, I mean, I have a not personal involvement with foster care, but actually a lot of involvement in my family, spouse, mother. But I'd say probably what brings me most close to this work is that prior to coming to the Institute for years, my research was on LGBT youth health, HIV, lesbian sexual health. And I don't think there's one study I did that the issues of incarceration, homelessness, and child welfare did not come up as like key issues connected to the health and well-being of LGBT folks. So my shift to the Institute from a traditional academic department was really about wanting to focus more directly on those areas as opposed to indirectly through health outcomes. So I'm excited to be here and to be part of the work that you all are doing.
Wow, thank you so much, everyone, for sharing. Last but not least, we have Timo Baez. Can you unmute yourself, Timo?
There we go. Yeah, I'm a deputy probation officer for LA County. I work in the Residential Treatment Service Bureau. And he, him, I'm also good with they, them pronouns. You know, I know many people on the screen, and I want to thank Ludi for including me in this. And I also want to thank Gia for the work she's done for probation at Central Juvenile Hall. It's been amazing what she's done with so little. I do want to throw that out there that I appreciate what she's done. So, you know, this is, I mean, this is so close to my heart. I mean, I ended up meeting Dr. Cooper about in 2008, and somehow I ended up getting on a youth in detention, LGBTQ youth in detention panel, and I met Dr. Wilson, and it's been a journey, and we just didn't have a leader in our department to push this forward, and I wanted to push this forward. It was important. So, you know, where we are today is that our policy is being republished probably within the next few days, and our PREA policy has been published yesterday. So we will start training on those things, and that's why I started doing this, so we could get current with what was going on in other parts of the country. So I'm just honored to be here. I feel like I'm with some of the best people around here. I hope I can hold my own.
I'm sure you can, Timo. Thank you so much for sharing more about yourself. Thank you all for sharing what you have. I'm definitely glad to have you as part of this very important discussion. Today, we're actually going to have a special presentation by Aisha and Dr. Wilson as well. I'm going to ask at this point that our other panelists turn off their cameras, if they could. Thank you so much. And Aisha and Dr. Wilson, I'm actually going to let you two take it away now.
Great, thank you. So I am the least tech savvy millennial that I know, so I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen. Bear with me.
Yeah, I love that trick PowerPoint tries to do now and trick you, like which part is showing.
I know.
The right part is showing. It looks good.
Okay, well, you let me know when it doesn't look good, because it's inevitable. So it's such an honor, again, to be on this panel with people whose work I deeply respect. I'm heartened to see this very important topic and community be centered in this way. So to get us started, we thought we would really ground us in some data that frames the discussion, as well as really outlines why this topic and these young people are so deserving of our time and our attention and our resources. So over the last several years, we've conducted research, Bianca and I, not together, but separately, both statewide and nationally, to better understand who is in our youth justice branches, halls, and camps on any given day. So essentially, a snapshot, a one-time snapshot, just to get an idea of who is in our juvenile detention facilities. And today I'm going to talk specifically about the California data. We do have a report on the national data, and for folks who are interested in looking at what's happening nationally, please feel free to reach out and I can point you in the direction of that report. So I'm not going to get into the weeds about the methodology, but essentially we developed a survey for every county in California, with the exception of counties that do not have a ranch, hall, or camp. There are counties that don't have any juvenile detention facilities, and so they share with a neighboring county. And with the exception of 2 counties that didn't want to participate in the study. We trained facility staff on how to administer a survey in a way that maintains anonymity and confidentiality and works with programming so that we could access as many young people as possible. In total, we collected 4,044 surveys from young people who were detained in county facilities statewide. So I think it's important that I mention that this study happened way before COVID. And I know that advocates continue to push decarceration successes, and that many young people were sent home during the pandemic. But I think this is still really relevant because we know who the young people are that are historically harder to place, right? So they're LGBT young people, they're youth of color, they're youth with serious mental health challenges. And so my guess is that the disproportionality of who's left in the facilities is probably pretty staggering, even with all of the successes that advocates have made, and with folks getting sent home from COVID. So who are justice and child welfare involved youth? So our study found that 20% of youth in the justice system identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, questioning, gender nonconforming, and transgender. So that's about 1 out of every 5 young people. That's incredibly high, especially if we think about the percentage of young people in the general population, right? Those who are not incarcerated that identify as such. 19% of youth in foster care identify in the same way. And I think that, I think it's really appropriate and says a lot that the 20% and the 19% are really close. I think that's why we're here today. 90% of LGBTQ GNCT youth in the justice system are of color. And I think this is an important point to make. We're going to really push this discussion to be as intersectional as possible. But a number of years ago, when I would present data to probation departments or other agencies around race and sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, it would be really interesting that folks who even work with systems, and I would ask, are the majority of LGBT youth in the justice system white or of color? A number of years ago, most folks would say white, right? So there's often a whitewashing that happens for folks that identify as LGBT, even though we know that the majority of youth in our juvenile justice system are youth of color. So I think it's important to note that 90% of LGBT kids in the justice system are Black and brown kids. Additionally, 94% of LGBTQ youth in the child welfare system are of color and are assigned female at birth. So you'll notice sometimes we say LGBT, LGBTQ, GNCT, LGBTQ. It just depends on how the research was framed, either in the survey or however. So our study found that there were 2 primary reasons for child welfare involvement amongst incarcerated youth. Conflict with parents was, of course, a huge one, and abuse. And today I'm just going to focus on abuse. So we analyzed the data across race, sexual orientation, and gender identity. And this first chart illustrates the differences in home removal for abuse by sexual orientation and race across incarcerated youth. So if you look over here in the yellow, we have 16% of straight youth were removed from their homes because of abuse, but that's compared to 34% of LGBTQ youth. And to look at the differences across race and sexual orientation, I want to pull you over to this chart, right? So if you look at the grayish blue charts, those are white youth across sexual orientation. So 22% of straight white youth had been removed from their home for abuse. 42% of LGBTQ white youth had been removed from their home for abuse, compared to 15% of straight youth of color and 32% LGBTQ youth of color. So while we see that LGBTQ youth are experiencing higher rates of abuse than straight youth, I think it's important to look at the differences across race. And I mention this because it's my hope that we'll continue to really center Black and Brown youth in our discussion and in our work in general, as they are disproportionately system involved. But I want to be careful that in so doing, we don't pathologize youth, families, and communities of color. There have been longstanding assumptions that Black and Brown families and communities are more homophobic than white families and communities. And the notion of good parenting, right? Who's an appropriate parent, who's a healthy parent, who's a good parent, is fraught with racism and classism and patriarchy, which when combined with the hyper-surveillance of Black and Brown communities by systems, leads to a host of disparate outcomes. So while much more data is needed on the link between abuse, sexual orientation, and race, I believe these preliminary findings have the potential to tell a different and more nuanced story about Black and Brown consumers. So I'm going to go to the next slide, which looks at differences in home removal for abuse by gender identity and expression and race amongst incarcerated youth. So again, overall, 5% of GC, that's gender conforming, and cis, that's cisgender youth, were removed from their home versus 20%, again, almost 1 out of 5 of gender nonconforming and trans youth. So the same sort of pattern applies. White and gender conforming and cisgender youth are the blue. So we have 6% of white gender conforming and cisgender youth were removed from their home, and 24% of white and gender nonconforming and trans youth were removed from their home because of abuse, versus 4% of gender conforming and cisgender youth of color, and 20% of gender nonconforming transgender youth of color. So what this data to me really highlights is the continued need for family support and family education and community strategies that are both cross-system as well as intersectional, right? Because there are so many cultural nuances, there are so many class nuances that really shape what's happening for young people who are dually involved across race and across sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. So Bianca or Dr. Wilson, I'll kick it over to you. And so Dr. Wilson's going to talk. My focus is really on youth in the juvenile justice system, but understanding that obviously youth are crossing both systems. And Dr. Wilson's work is really centered in the foster care system.
Yeah, thank you, Aisha. Yeah, Bianca's fine. And yeah, so, I mean, really, again, like all the intersections of both Aisha and her colleagues and me and my colleagues' work in both these systems, kind of bring us to the same place that we keep seeing when we ask about youth involvement in other systems, that they talk about that at high rates. So for example, in our study of youth in foster care, which is connected to the 19% that she noted earlier, the LGBTQ people, youth make up in foster care. In that same study, we saw that 25% had been arrested or on probation, 21% had experienced homelessness, 25% were living in group homes or other types of residential congregate care type facilities. So all both factors relevant to permanency, so it matters alone in the child welfare space, just from that perspective, but also, this heightened, brings this heightened awareness to the intersection of the various systems. And so we can go to the next slide. So, something that, it continues to make us think about how our systems of homelessness, and homelessness more like when we're talking about it as a system, like involvement in social services and homelessness services, and connected to housing as a system, but then also juvenile detention and foster care, that it's important that we continue to understand both these individual level outcomes that Aisha and I have talked about, but also how are these systems impacting one another. And it may be that the flow from one to another, that they're not all perfectly, circular, that, it might be more possible that foster care is feeding into some of these systems, but not necessarily the flow the other way. And that's important for us understanding the root causes and possible solutions. So, we put this out here not as a definitive statement that the data shows that the arrows only go in these directions, but a lot of our work tends to show discussion in these directions and not necessarily the other direction. And that matters for how we talk about solutions. So we just put this here more as an example for why it's important to think about it. And again, back to the issue of race, that, while in some cities there's clear connections between foster care and homelessness, for example, and that, a number of folks who are experiencing homelessness report a foster care history, even that differs by race. That in fact, among those adults experiencing homelessness, it's more likely, it's more commonly found that white folks experiencing homelessness talk about a foster care history. Now, does that mean there's no connection there for people of color? No, but it's an indicator that a lot of what drives folks to the level of economic instability to experience homelessness for people of color tends to be grounded in other factors like systemic racism, not just experiences with foster care, which also has its own roots in systemic racism. But there's also, another pathway there. And I saw that also in a recent study on LGBT poverty that we can talk about later. So again, just noting that an intersectional understanding means also really breaking out in a more careful way where racism and LGBT status matter differently depending on the system. Let's see, go to, I know we're running out of time. We want to make sure that today's mostly discussion and not just data points. Go ahead and go to the next slide and I'll just kind of talk about this without necessarily showing all the data points. So what I wanted to highlight here, which is actually a project that Dr. Kush Cooper and colleagues and I completed, here as we talk about kind of the system part, the department level component to understanding LGBT youth disparities. This was a project that actually came out of AJ's office, out of Sheila Kuehl's office, and urging in response to some of the earlier work on foster care, where it just demonstrated the importance of talking to staff and trying to understand the preparedness at the system level for working with LGBTQ youth. And Aisha, if you could just go to maybe the last slide. We'll skip that. So here just a, so here just a point that, in all, the great thing is, probation and child welfare, DCFS, they're at least the departments at this point that are getting it more than a lot of other departments. They know that the queer youth are there. However, we still saw in both open interviews and surveys that they were still staff who believed had attitudes that were not affirming and not working in the interest of LGBTQ folks. So this is across all the departments, this graph, not just specific to the specific systems that dual status youth might be involved in, but it's still relevant. That for even just example, we could just talk about one, reparative therapy. We asked them, do you agree or disagree that gay conversion therapy is something that can help gay people overcome same-sex attraction? It's awesome that 90% said they disagree or strongly disagree, but we're talking about nearly 10% of staff in our LA County system that are like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I think that can work. So, just trying this, we just wanted to show this quickly to connect kind of the individual outcomes and also what's happening within the state departments. But I'll end it there. We could always come back to some of these as we talk through with the panel. Thank you. Whoops, I just turned off my video. I assumed I was supposed to do that, but go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson and Aisha, for sharing all of that. I am going to get started with our panel discussion. And so with that said, I'm going to ask that all of our other panelists now turn on their camera and mics. Yes, thank you. It's like the sun rising for each of you. So thank you so much. I'm going to get started with our first question here. So firstly, our presenters just spoke to the disproportionality of LGBTQIA+ youth's involvement in both systems. Why is it that our young people are vulnerable to involvement in dual systems? And so we'll start with Gia first. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Pardon. I may have a different script prompt, but could you please repeat the question?
Sure. So our presenters, Aisha and Dr. Wilson, just spoke to the disproportionality amongst LGBTQIA youth involvement in both systems. Why is it that our young people that identify as LGBTQ or queer are vulnerable to involvement in these systems?
Ooh, such a weighted question, and thanks for starting with me. There are clearly systems that they're navigating in which at every point there isn't someone to make an honest assessment of where this child is. But it begins in the classroom, it begins in the community, it begins with family, and those formative years, particularly around LGBTQI2S identified youth, really formulate a response and reaction to other adverse types of events or environments. And so there's trauma that's linked to system involvement, and I would love to sit through all these data points, to be honest, because the data really speaks to the narrative of what's happening with some youth. I can say that in the up to 300 youth that I've worked with, strictly in the halls or camps, they've all identified in a way that their network of friends are who their chosen family is. And so they're navigating in ways that lead with survival and fear and a certain kind of empowerment that isn't necessarily affirming to their identities. And when I say identities, there's these intersectionalities that were mentioned in terms of identifying as a person of color, a person within the LGBTQI2S spectrum, but also someone who identifies within poverty, someone who identifies as an academic. You know, so our youth are so, they're sponges, you know, they're ready for so many things, but unfortunately, every involvement in linking to public services and education, I'm afraid there isn't enough baseline understanding of the experiences that these youth may have. And when we're talking about folks who are identifying as more gender expansive, these particular instances are times where interaction and affirming language and dialogue is so necessary, but it's non-existent in some of those networks that they find themselves in. And so when we're talking about dual status, it's more than duality. There's so many layers to the existence of these youth. And half of my referrals are from youth who were able to be honest upon their medical assessment and how they identified and felt like they could speak on how they identified. But the other half of of youth I worked with were youth who were recommended to me by other youth. recommended or who saw me teaching in a health education class and felt comfortable to share. And so what I see that is that there's at least half of the youth, which would be about 150 kids, who are stealth in their queer identities and leading with other experiences and are looking for those safe places, those safe spaces. And so why are young people vulnerable to involvement? Because they lack safe space.
Thank you so much, Gia. Timo, I'm going to let you answer the question next. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. All right. You know, I just want to throw out some more stats, and I'm really glad that Aisha brought up, you know, really bringing the intersection of youth of color and youth that are detained, because detained youth is what I work with. That's my specialty, but I also work with the crossover youth. But you know, HRC just published a study by the University of Connecticut. Well, it came out in 2018, and they talked about the African American and the Latinx LGBTQ youth experience. So when we think about why are these kids, why are they disproportionately involved? Well, what's pushing them into our system? You know, more than 70% of Latinx African American youth say they hear their families say negative things about LGBTQ people. 90% of them report having trouble getting to sleep. Let's see, I wanted to get over some of these other ones. 43% of Latinx, more than 43% of Latinx and African American youth feel critical of their identities. 47% of Black African American youth report being mocked by their families. And about 40% of Latinx youth report the same. And then, so we have that, right? You're getting pushed out maybe a little bit by your family. And then what's happening at school is they're experiencing racism, and they're experiencing racism within the LGBTQIA+ community. You know, 90% of Black African American LGBTQ youth report having felt racism in school. 80% of Latinx report the same. So just think of this picture that I'm painting, you know, so if they're getting pushed out by family, and if they just happen to be in a school that's not supportive, now they're getting pushed out in another place that's possibly supportive as well. And that's putting them in very vulnerable situations where they may not have that teacher to talk to. They may not have, they may go on the internet and they may not hit the right link, and they may be linked up with wrong people and being pushed out into the streets and being, you know, it goes on and on and on, the domino effect. So, you know, these are some of the things that we're seeing. And I remember Dr. Hertz said that we're missing so many opportunities to get these kids before they come into, God, for goodness sakes, probation is the last stop. But we're missing all these opportunities to maybe have better services in the community, better services in school. And despite schools improving so much, we're still seeing this as problems. And here's another big one: 32% of Black African American youth, LGBT youth, always feel safe in the classroom. 32%, wow. And for Latinx youth, 28% only always felt safe in the classroom. So, you know, these are some of the reasons why I think that we're getting these youth in our system. And then there's many more reasons, you know, like you said, when they're pushed out of their family, pushed out of school, there's a large chance for victimization, for being trafficked, and also developing a support group that is very dysfunctional. Studies show that you tend to get a support group that's as functional as your family. So, so those are some of the things that that I see why our youth are getting involved in both systems. And then the systems don't have appropriate I know we're doing so much better, but there was a time where the LGBT youth were not being serviced in either of the systems, in the probation custody system or in the foster care system. And that's slowly changing, but it's a big change, you know. So that's what I see as that.
Thank you so much, Simone. Sam, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that in addition to the prevalence of youth in this community becoming dual status, I think some of them don't actually belong there. That assumptions are made about them that are intertwined with conscious and unconscious bias, especially since any perceived misbehaviors that might have some sort of sexual component can result in being, you know, in getting really severe consequences. You know, I'll give you an example. I worked with a 16-year-old trans girl. And by the way, though I'm not using her name, she's already been public about these events in other media, so her confidentiality is not being compromised. But she was arrested by campus police for sexual assault. That's what's on paper, sexual assault. But what happened was she was with a group of girls and she was wondering what it would feel like to have breasts. And she started feeling some other girls' breasts. Now we're told by all the people there that there was kind of a laughing, consensual, if entirely inappropriate situation to be doing at school. But when two parents heard about it, they demanded an arrest. Now I could also add that this girl's judgment and impulse control are impacted by a diagnosis of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Yes, the behavior was inappropriate, but did it rise to sexual assault? And in my opinion, it didn't. And we were successful in keeping that case out of the dual system. But without a CASA, without somebody who really followed it all and who really understood the context of it, would she right now still be on a sex offenders list? You know, so some of those stats are being pushed up, I believe, by things that are not really appropriately part of the dual system.
Thanks so much, Sam, for sharing all of that and that personal story of that young person you worked with. Aisha, I'm gonna let you take it away now too. We have just a few more minutes left.
Yeah, I don't know that I have anything different to add, but just to reiterate that, like adults, young people are intersectional. They're susceptible to all of the different isms. And I think it's complicated with system involvement because on one hand, historically, LGBT youth have been invisible by our public, our youth serving systems, but also incredibly susceptible to being involved in them, right? So it's this sort of like dual reality that's happened. Now, in some ways, the pendulum swing where there's, you know, hyper visibility around LGBT youth, which I'm glad LGBT youth are being discussed and being thought of and centered in certain ways. But now I think sometimes our responses are, well, then everything that's wrong with you must be related to your sexual orientation or your gender identity and expression, right? And negating that young people have many layers, right? And that top layer might be around their racial or ethnic identity, right? What's happening in school to the other panelist's point, around their race or ethnicity, like, do they feel safe? What's being said and taught in the classroom? Or what's happening when they walk down the streets by police, right? Or their immigration status, right? What's happening in their lives around that. So I think it can be difficult to pinpoint why are LGBT youth crossing over as a singular sort of event or a singular variable, when again, we need to continue to complicate the way we think about young people, complicate the way we think about their life experiences as being really intersectional.
Thank you so much, Aisha. AJ, why don't you add a little bit more?
Sure. I think that folks touched on a lot of the sort of more obvious things that you know I thought about as well. I think in addition to that, there's also the fact that folks in this population are often targeted more by law enforcement. And so that in and of itself, lends itself to having involvement in the juvenile justice system. And, there's lots of different reasons for that too. One of which being that we know that queer folks are really overrepresented in as sex workers, and starting from a young age, or being trafficked and not doing it voluntarily. There's both, and we know that that's a huge problem. That adult sex workers still are being criminalized, and law enforcement tends to specifically target trans women. And then I would just say, to reiterate, what other folks have said about school environments and family, and Gia talked about community. So I think that there's sort of two prongs to this in my mind. There's sort of the individual's, immediate circumstances of, their family, their friends, their community. What does that look like? What does that feel like? And then to kind of contextualize this in what is happening on a broader level in our country with this, rash of anti-trans bills, which at the moment tend to be centered around sports. It's sort of another version of what we've seen for decades and decades. It's just another way of saying you don't belong. And I think we need to really think about how that impacts people's mental health, especially when they're at a young age.
Thank you, AJ. Dr. Wilson, do you have any last remarks with a 1 minute mark?
Yeah, quickly, and maybe those will just come up too in some of the other parts of the conversation. I think I go back to the need for all of us to flesh out more and maybe correct like that kind of relationship between the system model that we put up. And that I think whether or not we're talking about kids going from starting in child welfare and ending up under probation as, a crossover, and how we think about the root cause of that it might look different than for the youth that went in the opposite direction, which my guess is a smaller proportion. But we have to think through what are the examples that you've seen go in the other direction, and that can help us think about what is that relationship between queer, racial minority status. So from the direction that I know more, which is coming from child welfare, and then what might put them under surveillance that might create a dual status that way, going back to the comments that Aisha and I think Sam and others noted, is just that if we know most foster youth end up in foster care prior to an age that they are LGBTQ identified, that's most of the youth, then we have to be talking about more than LGBTQ related discrimination and parental conflict as the pathway for that happening, and it being about maybe more LGBTQ youth being left behind in the child welfare system for various reasons. And then that being also connected to a funneling into that dual status. So, I think how we understand that pathway really matters for how we have this conversation around what the factors are that are creating that high proportion of dual status.
Definitely. Wow, thank you. Thank you all. So I'm going to move on to the second question, and then Chris, it's going to be directed at you first, and then we'll move forward. So what are some common challenges in navigating these systems for our youth?
So I think there's a lot of challenges. I mean, my work is primarily focused inside detention facilities. So while youth are currently incarcerated, and I think we just see that our queer youth are often targeted because of their identity, that they're bullied, that they're harassed, and mistreated both by staff and by other youth, because there's just a lack of understanding across the board. While things are changing, they're changing slowly. And, just like I think Dr. Wilson was saying before, there's this percentage of folks that just don't kind of know how to work with queer youth. And that comes across really strongly. Because of the focus of my work is around sexual abuse that occurs inside detention, I think it's important to note just sort of the statistics around that. So the Bureau of Justice Statistics, which kind of runs the largest scale studies on sexual abuse that occurs in detention, came out with a recent study from 2018 about youth in detention. where 7.1% of youth disclosed experiencing sexual abuse in the last year that they were detained. So this number is really high, but then you start breaking out into other groups. So if you look at LGB youth, so that's lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth, that number goes up to 12% who've experienced sexual abuse. And then if you look at transgender youth, it's almost 20% of transgender youth that are sexually abused while they're detained. I mean, that's a huge number. And this is happening across the country. And it's a huge problem. And that only accounts for sexual abuse where there's sexual contact, right? So that's not even accounting for misgendering that our trans youth are facing, using the incorrect names for our trans youth, just sort of the day-to-day life. This is just sexual contact. And I think there's just a lot of misconceptions too about who's perpetrating this. I think a lot of people think about sexual abuse in detention and they're like, oh, it's other youth or it's other inmates. That's what I hear a lot. When in fact, when we're talking about youth, the majority of sexual abuse is perpetrated by staff, and often it's female staff. So I think that is a statistic that people aren't aware of, but it's important to think about, how are our staff relating to our youth? How can we protect our youth specifically from sexual abuse when they're detained? With some really deep thoughts about housing and medical care that specifically our trans youth, like, they really need it to be able to be the person that they are. And how can we make policy reflect that? How can we make practice reflect that inside our detention facilities?
Thanks, Chris. Timon, do you have anything to add outside of that? Unmute yourself.
I'll get it by the end of the day. Huh? One of the things I think is what I've talked about with Dr. Cooper is, do kids feel safe being out? And if they don't feel safe being out, then that's a big problem because it's the data. We need data. And so there's a bigger effort at collecting data and learning how we can share it confidentially and who's going to do that. And so what's changing is our intake assessment is changing. So we're going to be asking questions at several different intake points, asking about SOGI questions. So that's going to help us out a lot in terms of identifying. And we're going to be doing things, right before we started, I just received a whole bunch of posters and things that we're going to be putting up in our institutions. I'm on the LGBTQ Child Abuse Prevention Council, and we have some great materials that I can share with anyone who wants them. We have 9 laws that you should know about for LGBTQ youth, and we have 5 things to know if your child comes out as LGBT. And then we also have, we made into posters Dr. Caitlin Ryan's family acceptance. It shows a family different ways how to accept their LGBTQ plus youth. So we're going to, in probation, be putting some of these things up, and it's just having that visible and maybe putting up some safe space stickers. But I'm very clear that if we put up a safe space sticker, it has to be a safe space. We don't want it to be false advertising. We really want to make sure that staff are trained. And so I think that's been another huge issue for youth in our system in LA County, is that our staff haven't been trained how to work with them. But because of PREA, because PREA has that mandate, staff shall be trained to work professionally and communicate professionally with LGBTQI residents. We're going to be doing a training for all of our custody staff, whether they work in the hall or in camp. And, just to show you how much, as Aisha was saying earlier, when I started working on LGBTQ youth in detention in 2008, we had probably about 2,000 kids detained in camp and probably almost 3,000 kids detained in juvenile hall. This today, I think I checked like a week ago, we had like 92 kids in camp, and we went from 21 camps down to 5 camps. And we have 240 kids in juvenile hall. We only have 2 juvenile halls as opposed to 3. So the juvenile halls have about 130 and 110. And there was a time in probation when there was over 1,000 kids at each juvenile hall. So that's a huge shift, right? And we were headed this way anyways. The pandemic did speed it up a little bit. But honestly, I think without the pandemic, we would be where we are now in like 2 years. That's where we were trending. So, we're going to have great opportunities to catch these youth before they get involved in our system and work with them in the community. And I think that's going to be very important. And if the youth does become involved in the foster system, we'll have a better opportunity to work with them there before they get dual status involved. But things are changing, and like I say, I think that within a year it's going to be a lot different for an LGBTQI youth in our system. The experience that they have, it's going to be a lot different, better. So thanks.
I hope so. Thank you so much, Kimo. Sam, what else?
In addition to the issues that revolve around, oppression and visibility, some of the challenges are really just bureaucratic and paperwork. Because if you're talking about gender and you're talking about misnaming and misgendering, but you're also talking about a blizzard of paperwork over different school systems, over different, agencies. And sometimes it just gets messed up. Sometimes, maybe there's the potential for somebody to be doing that maliciously, but mostly it's very difficult to get all of it correct. And, following that system is, in one case with the other kid that I work with, some of the probation stuff might have gone wrong because of paperwork that had gender issues. And it was just kind of lost in the system. And, that's a real problem that I've encountered.
Definitely. Thank you, Sam. Aisha?
Yeah, I agree with Sam. I think both systems have been really anchored in this gender binary under the guise of safety, which is really problematic. And not just for gender fluid or gender expansive and trans youth, but also the ways in which femininity and masculinity get reinforced for gender conforming and cisgender youth, I think is really problematic. But I think what also makes navigating these systems really difficult for young people is anticipating the responses of adults, right? And being unclear, who can I come out to? Who's going to have what kind of response? And this is a burden that young people who are already trying to navigate understanding who they are and the world around them. This is a burden that we as adults have a responsibility to take off of their plate. And whether we do that through training and education, sometimes I think it's successful. Sometimes I think exposure is life's greatest teacher, but I know that often comes at the cost of somebody who is the most vulnerable. But really, I think what young people are navigating, a group home staff, foster parents, teachers, probation officers, and they're not sure what kind of response they're going to get, and they're really anticipating that around how that relates to their own safety. And I think that is incredibly exhausting. I think that's incredibly destabilizing for young people. And I believe that is an added layer to a difficulty in navigating both systems.
Definitely.
Michelle, can I just add one thing to that?
Sure.
It works both ways too. It's not just that they fear some people who might not accept them, but if they know that you're sort of a gung-ho member of the community, they might also be worried that you're going to make assumptions about them that they're not ready for. So it's not just about rejecting them. sometimes embracing them, if it's, if you're making assumptions, can be problematical.
Definitely.
Yeah, and the inconsistency of providers too, right? Social workers are changing all the time. Probation officers are changing all the time. These are new people. Gia, what else?
Michelle, you stole the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, I was just about, we're talking about these interactions with adults and staff, and wondering who's safe to come out to. I came in for a short time with the label of LGBT advocate. So some kids who were stealth didn't even want nothing to do with me, right? So that's also a thing. But when we talk about the turnover and we talk about gender expansive identities, you have to come out every single time if you find someone trusting, right? And so that coming out process is a consistent anxiety that can happen on a daily a few times, right? If there's staff after staff after staff saying that they care, but they don't see you next week or ever again, right? And so some of the relationships that I've built in this work have been around just sticking around and making myself available when I can.
Thank you for doing all that, and thank you all for sharing your thoughts on
And
that.
really
So, did you have something more?
Yeah, real quick.
Okay.
And one of the things that we failed to mention, I don't think we've talked about it, are courts. We have to do a better job of educating the courtroom staff. And in terms of paperwork, in terms of probation, I know when I've worked with some trans youth, I've used their gender pronouns, their chosen gender pronouns, or their preferred gender pronouns and names in the court reports, and published the court report like that to the court, and the court didn't blink an eye. And I know of a case where a judge was uncomfortable making a ruling on allowing a trans youth to get treatment, a crossover youth. And so I know this judge well, and I was very surprised that they recused themselves and let somebody else handle it, which, it would be great if she would just have done it, but at least they let somebody else have a better, who wasn't biased, I guess, or had a better perspective, make the decision, and they made the decision to let the youth receive treatment. But these youth are coming across so many adults throughout their time in either custody system. It's mind-blowing, and just in general, as somebody from the LGBTQ community, we come out so many times. If you think about it, how many times we're coming out daily sometimes. But just imagine for these youth with all these different providers that they're having to do, and then being moved schools often many times. It's quite overwhelming, if you really sit down and think about it.
Thank you for adding those final thoughts, Simone. So my next question is actually going to be about special circumstances. So what kind of unique circumstances should professionals and advocates be aware of in order to learn and address these for our young people? Sorry, I'm going to start with
I struggle with the special circumstances language. I mean, LGBT young people have a unique sort of lived experience that is different, obviously, than cisgender and heterosexual folks. But I worry about the connotations that like unique or special has on serving young people. And so I think we should be aware in which race shapes our gender identity and our gender expression and how we understand that, and vice versa. I think it's, we've talked a lot about LGBT youth, obviously, and trans youth, but again, I sort of talked about this earlier, or alluded to it earlier, but there are ways in which, Black girls are read as gender nonconforming, or Black girls are read as hypermasculine and hyperaggressive. Same with Black boys, right? Black boys are read as often physically threatening. And I want us to be aware that reading of young people is the combination of their race and their gender identity and gender expression. And so, when we serve all young people, I think we have to be really cognizant of the assumptions we're making. And the best way to get through those is to ask young people around what their needs are and what are their unique circumstances, because those are going to vary within the LGBT community, across the LGBT community. But we know that there are risk factors like housing, right? Housing for trans young people, housing for minors is incredibly complicated. And it is a huge problem that I don't think that we've tackled really well. And when we talk about why are young people getting system involved and crossing over, I think housing, we don't often have another place to put young people, right? Because all of the legalities around their status as a minor, and then there's their trans status, and then being system involved, right? It gets really complicated. So I think that I think as a unique circumstance that we need to be thinking about for this population in particular, especially for trans youth, is supportive housing. And what do we think of as supportive housing, right? So as a Black woman, I had lots of aunties and uncles and folks that helped raise me that weren't blood and that legally didn't have any rights over me necessarily. But that's a cultural norm for us, that if I had ever needed a placement, I could have gone with a quote unquote auntie, right? And that may or may not have been formally in the system, but I think it's really, or through the system, I think it's really important that we really draw from cultural and community strengths to think about how to support young people and what family and quote unquote chosen family looks like. Because I think that would really help us get at the need for supportive housing. I think there are some bureaucratic, and I know that there are legal issues as to where a young person can stay, but I think if we can think about that more broadly and draw from cultural practices, I think that would help bring some of that down for young people.
Definitely. Thank you for that feedback and being so transparent, Aisha. AJ, what can you add to the conversation?
Well, I agree with everything that Aisha just said. I think that in the system, there is really this emphasis on sort of what a family looks like, and it's like this nuclear hetero family. And I think it's really problematic, and that conception has caused a lot of harm when young people could have otherwise been in loving homes with people who know them and care about them. And so I really think we need to rethink how we are looking at community as caretakers and as family, and and that the issues that people have should not be only relegated to sort of the home or the family, the nuclear family sphere, and that we really do a disservice to young people when we're not tapping into the strengths and the resources that are already in their networks and with people that they feel comfortable with and that they have a connection with. And so I do think we really need to listen to young people when they tell us who they feel safe with and who they know that they're going to be good with. I think that's the main thing.
Thank you, AJ. Chris.
Yeah, so I think another piece that I always, I think it's important to remember is, once someone does come out, kind of how are we following through with the care that they need? So say you have a trans person that's coming out, are we making sure that they have the healthcare that they need? Are they able to access hormones if that's something they're interested in? Are they able to access clothing from commissary that matches with their gender? So say they're a trans girl in a boys facility. I mean, what kind of access do they have to clothing and things that they need? So I think we have to think about kind of their everyday experience after they come out. How are we following through to make sure that their care is being taken care of? And I think for the advocates that are listening to this, I think that's where you can really come in, is really trying to figure out, okay, what's going to make your life more comfortable while you're detained? once you're already there, how can we make sure that you're comfortable and are able to be who you are? And how can the facility support that? And as an advocate, how can you advocate for that youth to have those things is so, so important.
Definitely. I feel like a theme with our advocates is always talking about youth leading the way and sharing and being a listener. Dr. Wilson, what else?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I concur and really, you know, really honor how everyone has framed like the significance of talking about their circumstances as ones of system and context and not necessarily of the youth themselves. And so something I'd add to that is the issue of mental health, which I think has been a component of several of the comments here that Sam has made, that others have made, and the significance of the mental health of our young people. And LGBTQ youth in these systems already sit at the intersection of youth that disproportionately experience psychological distress and suicidality. And that's LGBTQ youth as a whole, particularly trans youth and girls, regardless of gender identity, both cis and trans girls, experience particularly high rates of suicidality and psychological distress. And that's in addition to being parts of systems where kids we know experience high levels of psychological distress, regardless of their SOGI status and regardless of race. So knowing that, and I'm sure many of the advocates here already know this and have experienced this. And so, but that to me is one of those things that stand out so strongly, and the difficulty of balancing knowing that and yet not participating in a stigmatization of queer youth as inherently psychologically problematic or distressed, but that bringing it back to the way many, you know, my colleagues here have framed this as a function of their trauma, a function of systems that have treated them in you know, oppressive ways, of discriminatory ways, and a function of, you know, what it means to walk through this world as an LGBTQ kid, on top of being system involved, for many being a kid of color, being trans. And so, yeah, just that difficulty for advocates of both knowing that this is high, you know, a high prevalence, and yet helping to work with them in a way that doesn't make it a characteristic of the youth themselves and a function of the systems that they're a part of.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Gia, I'll let you contribute to the conversation.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with a little bit of what some folks share, which is that these should be general practices, normalized practices in how you engage youth, right? In providing a safe space, knowing what policies you're working under that's affirming, and following through when some youth actually are able to feel safe enough to come out, right? And what Dr. Wilson just mentioned is that a lot of the youth, once they do come out sometimes while in detention, do not have adequate mental health support, do not have adequate services linked to. And there are times where I'll have to, you know, urge the court to support such services to occur, right? So it's really about making sure these practices aren't considered special or unique, but that people are normalizing a practice of letting the youth lead what type of services they engage in.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your thoughts on those circumstances. I'm going to go on to the next question, which is what efforts exist inside LA County to support youth needs at this time? So Sam, I'm going to start it off with you.
Well, there are a lot of institutional places to look. You know, there are programs like RISE at the center. There are programs all over the place. I mean, LA County the resources are here, you know, they're there. But I think the main thing is to assess, is to like offer options, not give directions. And even, you know, to talk, you know, just a little bit more about the mental health thing. You know, some kids look at mental health treatment, all of it, as punitive. They've been, you know, their parents were telling them that they're wrong from the time they were 5 years old. They feel like people have been asking them questions, and that those, you know, that those people always change and that they don't really listen, and, you know, those kinds of things. So when looking, you know, there are many guides to look at for looking at resources. And, you know, we have a committee that we're on at CASA that's, you know, doing that as well. Look at those resources, make sure that kids are aware of them, but just don't push them. And, you know, they need to make the decisions about who they are, where they fit. You know, you can give them options for where they fit, but, you know, I feel like kids in this community often feel like they are being told where they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to feel, how they're supposed to identify, who they're supposed to, whether it's an ethnic issue, whether it's cultural, whether it's gender, you know. And as many people have been talking, there's so many intersections, and each person has their own set of intersections that matter to them. And if we're not listening to that, then I just don't know that we can really help.
Definitely. I always say that I've never met a young person with the same exact story. So why are we treating them all the same?
Yeah.
Chris, what else?
I think just thinking about what's happening here in California and in LA, it's important to note that the DJJ systems the state DJJ systems are slated to close in the next coming years. And so I just want to urge us to be careful for us not to follow kind of what happened with our state adult systems when that happened, where basically now we just have a lot more people in our local jails. So I think we need to keep an eye out for that, so we don't just have this huge influx of youth in our LA County probation system. Like that's exactly what we don't want. So we need to figure out some more ways to reduce folks going into our system, whether that be our state system and then just getting funneled to our local system. We don't want that. So I think we can think about that. But also just to Sam's point, you know, also, we don't just want to like give referrals to youth, right? We don't want to just be like, call these people, right? Also, if you're in detention, you can't just pick up a phone and call someone. It doesn't work like that. So be mindful about where someone is when we're giving referrals or telling them how to even take care of themselves. A self-care idea to watch a movie might not work for youth that has to go into a cell, right? Like they don't have a TV where they can go do that. So really think about where your youth are and what their circumstances, what they have access to, before just sort of suggesting things that are just simply not going to work for them.
Thanks, Chris. And thank you for pointing out too about the JJ system too. I'm curious, Timo, what your thoughts are on that.
There we go. Okay, so we are planning on taking in some of the DJJ youth. They're identifying some locations that they might use, but I think you know, the good thing is that they're going to be closer to home, which is one of the reasons why they want to close the system. Is, you know, we want to work with the families. That's one thing. We can work with a youth that's in custody all we want and get him healthy, him or them healthy, and then put them back into a dysfunctional family system. We don't want that. We want to work with the families, and you know. But I think in terms of addressing the efforts that exist in LA County to support the youth, I think it's important to know that many of the services for LGBTQ youth are centered in the metro area. I want to say prior to the pandemic, last time I checked, there really were no services for LGBTQI+ youth east of the 605 freeway. and it's just this weird desert for LGBTQ youth. And that's something that we really need to try to change. I know that there's been efforts to put some services in South LA for LGBTQI youth, but we really do have service deserts for our population throughout the county. And in terms of youth in custody, one of the things that PRIA did for us is it gives trans youth, they get to at least have a voice and say where they would prefer to be housed. We don't have to automatically house them based on their gender assigned at birth. We get to have an MDT where the youth should be included, and we'll have mental health and any other youth advocates that may be there. If the youth has a social worker from the public defender's office, they would be invited to see about where we can house the youth. These MDTs would be used in camps and residential treatment when they go home. So there we could identify services. What we have to be careful of is that we really need to clarify with the youth prior to the meeting, who knows and who are we allowed to share the information about your identity with. They may not be comfortable doing that. So that would be something that we could handle. We would just have a side meeting, maybe if their parent was not someone they wanted to share that with, or someone else at the table. We could make sure that we do give the youth some referrals. But a lot has changed in that. There should never be a problem with youth in LA County not getting appropriate undergarments. If there is, somebody can contact me and I will definitely follow up on that. But and in terms of if a youth and any youth, but if an LGBTQI plus youth is experiencing any type of sexual pressure, we now have the system in place where they can do third-party reporting. They don't have, the youth themselves does not have to report that they're being abused. They can have an advocate report it for them. And some of the things that PRIA has also changed is we're having phones put into the camps and the halls that are direct dial to the, I know that Peace Over Violence is handling one aspect for sexual kids that have been sexually assaulted in the system. And I forget who's handling the Valley, but that's
Strength United.
Yes, Strength United. So, and these are direct dial phones. And they're also on those direct dial phones is a number straight to the ombudsman and the probation ombudsman. So that's a big change for probation. I would say that I've been doing this for a long time, and the transparency is a lot better today than it was when I first started, where it was such a closed system. Nobody really knew what was going on because they hid behind the privacy of the juvenile.
Thank you, Timon. Dr. Wilson, what are some efforts in LA County? I'll leave it to you.
Sorry for the come and go and I won't apologize. It is what it is. I'm home in terms of the little one joining for a little while there. I actually don't mind skipping this because I think when I think of the current efforts, it's connected to another question related to accountability. So I can wait for that one. If other folks want to answer this one.
I was just going to ask Gia or AJ, do you have anything to add in terms of current efforts in LA County? I thought it was really interesting how Timon pointed out those service gaps.
Gia, do you want to go ahead? Okay. So I think from sort of the perspective of broader initiatives that are happening in the county, I'm thinking about, ATI, Measure J, Youth Justice Reimagined. And while these efforts are really about sort of justice reform writ large, within those spaces, there's a lot of energy being put into focusing on the most marginalized populations within those groups. And so, in particular, one of the things that I think we're going to be seeing happening a lot more with this sort of influx of resources and funding to community is that, the county is in the process of really looking at how can we make our contracting processes easier for smaller organizations, and helping out with like technical assistance and capacity building. And a lot of feedback that I've heard, and that I tend to agree with is the fact that we need to have trans and queer-led organizations leading this work, and really being involved and getting the funding they need to be sustainable and to transform things. And that's really exciting, because I know for many years it's been a major issue, and it's been a huge barrier to having people that are very well positioned to be credible messengers in the halls and camps, or to go into the jails and support people while they're in there, and continue to when they get released, so they can have that continuity. So I would just say overall, there's been a huge push, really driven by the community and advocates, to move the county towards giving more funding to the community, and really listening to who are the subject matter experts within communities, and then how can we keep people in their communities.
Thank you. Really good point, AJ. I'm going to move on to our next question here. So how can systems hold themselves accountable for creating change? So what changes could happen that would significantly support our young people? Gia, can you answer first?
Yes, absolutely. I'm really glad AJ mentioned the alternative to incarceration Measure J effort. And I'd like to also mention the California Transgender Wellness and Equity Fund that was just recently approved by the Budget Committee. These are funding streams, essentially, that allow for programming to not only just happen, but be sustainable. Because every now and then you'll have a program that's really wonderfully affirming, but then are gone in the next year or two. And so that's a way for systems to hold themselves accountable, is to make sure that funding is consistent with the need. And I think some further changes are what's being mentioned by Timo about shifts in policies, local policies, and allowing these general practices that we've been pushing to really occur and get that baseline training complete. We're at a space where it's everyone, every system, every department, every program and service is in need of some baseline training around gender affirming practices and affirming SOGI data collection. And luckily, also the Board of Supervisors approved a process of collecting SOGI data collection throughout interdepartmental experiences. So not just youth, but also adults and anyone who's experiencing public services. That is some ways to capture where the need is. And as Timo also mentioned, we have deserts outside of the metro area. And that's where a lot of that funding also needs to be funneled to. And so I know that there are some systems within my Department of Public Health that are leading with LGBT working groups to make sure that there are ways to have an oversight committee. And I believe that there needs to be more community oversight that is impactful with how decisions are made.
Thank you so much, Gia. AJ, I'm going to let you answer the question next.
Sure. I mean, I think one of the sort of most direct ways that folks can hold the system accountable is by, making public comment or being part of a commission. For example, the Probation Oversight Commission is a relatively new body that came out of the PRIT. And essentially it's made up of a variety of folks, some who have experience with incarceration, some who are advocates, and you'll notice that it looks very different than the previous commission, and that's by design. And so one of the things that I think is very effective is sort of how we're looking at who gets a seat at the table and who gets to make these kinds of big important recommendations to the board. And it's people who look different than they did 10 years ago. It's folks with lived experience. It's folks who are experts in the areas. And I think the county is realizing that we need to tap into community to be in these leadership positions. And so that's a great way that I think the community is holding county systems accountable. And then additionally, just really, taking a look at what the outcomes are and saying, is what we're doing working? Like, what are the recidivism rates of young people who are in our camps and people who are in our jails? And something might not be working here. Maybe we should be trying more restorative justice programs. Maybe we should be expanding diversion. And those are all things that are rolling out as we speak. So I think meaningful accountability has to include experimenting with new ideas and being willing to go out on a limb sometimes. For example, our new DA, some of his policies have been not well received by certain survivor groups. And I think there has to be a balance of seeing, how can we make sure that there is actually accountability, but do it in a way that is actually promoting healing and community wellness instead of perpetuating the problems that we've seen for so many years. And so I think it's really refreshing to sort of see all these coming together at the same time. And I think we are at this pivotal moment, especially with the justice work, where we're going to see big changes, and there's going to be some resistance to that, but I think it means we're doing something right.
Thank you so much, AJ. Timo, what else can you add to the conversation when it comes to accountability?
I think it's really important that the community educates themselves or ask questions on what the reporting mechanisms are, and who to report to. I do believe that what's new on our probation community webpage is we do have the reporting mechanisms there on the webpage. But as we know, what the pandemic taught us is that a lot of people that we serve aren't tech savvy, right? So we just need to educate the public on how to report. Just as I said, the kids are going to know when they come into the camps and juvenile hall that they can use those phones to call the ombudsman. The parents are going to know that they can call the ombudsman, that they can also make third-party reporting themselves. So we're going to educate the people that we have within our system as we're moving forward. So that's a big change, whereas in the past, I think it might have been a little more intimidating. And one of the things that PREA does is it has the retaliation. It's got the anti-retaliation built into it. So, so how that's going to work if somebody reports something against the staff or whomever, the PREA coordinator is going to be checking with them on a regular basis to make sure that they're not being retaliated against. So these are really big changes that we just that we're starting to implement. So it's a good thing. And what I think is also important to know, because we don't have the 19 camps and the 2,000 youth in custody, it's going to be, I think it's going to be easier to be accountable, and it's going to be easier to hold staff accountable, and it's going to be easier to just be a lot more transparent. So it's an exciting time to be in probation, as we're, the paradigm shift is that we don't punish people. We're here to provide a service. And that's something I reiterate to staff all the time. And some of the older staff might have a harder time with that, but we're here to provide a service. And, I think if we're doing our job right, we're going to have more camps shutting down, and that's what eventually, I think, the direction that we're going, to maybe at one point, maybe just have DJJ use, and eventually not even have that. I know that's what the public would probably prefer.
No, thank you, Simone. Bianca, I'm actually curious what your thoughts are as well when it comes to accountability, especially with our foster youth.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just build on what Gia was talking about before she had to go, related to data collection, which, we're fortunate to both be in a county and city and state in which there's strong support and requirement now to collect SOGI related data. And so, when we look at efforts across the city and county, things like the DCFS Office of Equity, as well as the Health Equity Office, all of them have made data a core component to that work. And so that's both great to see, and I think is in line with what is required to be accountable, to know if we're actually making any movement in the direction of reducing disproportionality, reducing some of those disparities. So I guess what I would add to that, just like, yes, data is needed, and it's almost kind of obvious. Well, of course I might care about data, but I think it's important to keep in mind that when I say that, it's basically saying you shouldn't need people like me to come in and do surveys, or the New York group that finished a survey recently, or Ohio's working on a survey. That's expensive. Why have us do that one county at a time, and you end up with the South saying, well, that's that county, that's New York, that's LA, even if they're experiencing the same thing. So just even looking more broadly than LA, it's where the federal government needs to go as a requirement. But even thinking locally, a nuance there is I do think we need to be thinking about the role of data collection in good practice as advocates, as caseworkers, as staff, and what kind of data you need for tracking of outcomes and disparities. And I say that because I think we're in an interesting place where you have our department so excited and open to all the community involvement, the different, different advocates across the spectrum. And we're getting to a place where we're talking about data collection as if it's the way people are going to feel heard in the world. And that may be important on the advocate side, on the caseworker side, to think about what is that open-ended, tell me about yourself, how do you want to talk about yourself? That matters on that end and is core to good practice. But what we need on the AFGAR's end is a little different. We don't want 30 different possible terms that youth are referring to that won't be the same terms next year. And I don't mean just for that individual youth. I mean, it's like gone out of fashion. So I think, like, as a movement and as people who are all committed to this issue, we have to be willing to talk about the distinction between practical data use that helps us keep departments accountable and the kind of information that needs to be collected about youth and how they see themselves in the world for good practice. So I just put that plug out there.
No, definitely. So it's so important to point that out. How do we preface that within the research that we do and use it effectively to better support our young people? So our last question here is about advocates and practitioners. So as advocates and practitioners, what can we do early on to prevent involvement in both of these systems for our young queer youth? And I will have Timo started.
I saw in the question and answer, somebody was asking about schools. And, we talk about the school to prison pipeline. having affirming schools is going to do wonders to keep some of these kids out of the system. I think it's really important that we hold schools accountable, that they are implementing SB 48, the Fair, Accurate, Inclusive, and Respectful Education Act. I know there's some districts in LA County that I'm wondering what they're going to be doing, because I haven't heard what they're going to be doing. And I think it's important that's one good thing to have, that schools make sure that the kids are being affirmed there. Making sure that our county libraries, and I believe they do because somebody sent me some links, have appropriate literature for our LGBTQI youth. That's really important, that they can access this. When I started doing this work back in 2008, the county blocked me when I typed in the word gay. It wouldn't allow me to search anything on the internet for that, because they thought it was I guess it got turned into sexual or something. So, that's how far we've come. But we want to make sure that kids have access to information and appropriate information. I think, once again, as we mentioned, is getting services out to all areas of the county and having it accessible. And I know one of the things that we've talked about and worked with for Models of Pride is, I believe some of the supervisors sent buses out. I believe it might have been District 1 that sent buses from Pomona and San Gabriel Valley to bring those kids out to the Models of Pride conference. Maybe also, as the pandemic has taught us, that maybe we need to, when we have a conference for youth like Models of Pride, maybe we can have a Zoom component to it so they can also have access to that. It's important that these kids have community within their community. They shouldn't have to come 30 miles west to get it. So, those are just some of the things. Continue making progress in the, just overall as a society. But I would like to see the kids, stay out of the system.
Thank you so much, Timon. AJ, what else can we do?
Yeah, I think just creating as many opportunities as possible for young people to get involved and engaged in, whether it's, local politics or a community-based organization, and really sort of support them in stepping into their own power and finding their voice. Because what I've seen with organizations like, Anti-Recidivism Coalition and Youth Justice Coalition and many, many others is that, a big part of their success, I think, is around the fact that they're building young people into leaders. And it's truly, truly transformative to witness that. And, these are young people I meet with, on a weekly basis. And they're partnering with the county. And so I think what I would just say to young people is that, you matter, your voice matters, and you can make an impact, and there is a community out there for you. And there are places where, you can engage and get involved. So I think that's probably the biggest thing, is just, putting those resources out there and really targeting folks in this population and saying, you belong here, and we want you to be here with us.
Thank you, AJ. Sam, what else can we do?
It's most of the panel, you guys work in structural and institutional capacities where you're looking at broad systems. Honestly, I don't have a lot of, when I look at the broad system, I just get scared. It's just too much information, and it's too much how it all works and all of that. And I come at it as a CASA with just looking at one kid, and one kid at a time. it's imperfect because we're certainly not reaching enough, but I just, I always come back to the power of listening, and that I'm so glad that there are people engaged in this work on a systematic level, because it's vital, so that those of us who don't have that kind of expertise. I mean, I remember being asked by somebody, we were doing some media thing for CASA, and there's like, how would you fix the system? And I was like, I have no idea, the fact that you guys are doing all of that work, I just think is marvelous. And, we count on you.
I'm sure they appreciate your kudos, Sam, and spoken like a true advocate, looking at a single young person that you're serving and catering it to them. So thank you all so much. I am going to actually open up it up to more questions from our audience. So for those of you who are listening in, feel free to write in the chat box any lingering questions that you might have for our panelists, and we'll answer them in the order that we receive them. So I do see one question here. It says, to adopt a trauma-informed approach for LGBTQ youth, including those involved in the dual systems mentioned, what is being done to help schools with this issue? Or what is being done to help school with this issue? I'm sorry.
I don't have an answer for what the schools are doing on that.
I do know, specific to like maybe a youth that is dual status and is in one of our camps. The good thing about the multidisciplinary team process is the school is invited at the beginning of the camp program, and it's there that we would be able to maybe talk about some of the needs of the youth. And I think that from a more global perspective, it's going to be important that we do train the schools. I don't know if that's been a topic that's been discussed, but I think that within our system, LACO would benefit greatly from having some training on that. And I know they will be getting some of the PREA training, but specific to LGBTQI youth, I think that would be imperative. And I can follow up and see what they're doing on that in terms of LACO.
Thank you so much, Timo. It sounds like we just discovered our next initiative, our next project. So the next question that we have here is, what are some organizations in the LA area that you would recommend as places where youth can go to grow their social support systems?
Well, I definitely, recommend RISE. And it's a much more inclusive organization than I think people may assume. I've definitely had kids think that it's all just sort of white people and, that it doesn't, there's not a place for them there. And that has not been my experience. And RISE is at the center in town, and unfortunately part of the metro area, as people were saying, it's not part of where stuff is needed, maybe, but I've found them to be a great resource.
Anyone else know of resources in LA County? Timo?
Yes, and I can also, if somebody emails me, I can send them some links and such. And it's escaping me, but maybe Sam knows the mentor program that they have at the center is very good. I cannot, LifeWorks.
Yeah, LifeWorks. Yeah.
Is a good program. And I know that that's, I have to look it up. There's the center in the Valley has some support systems. And I do know at one time, Bienestar had some support systems for younger, they did it kind of like a TAY group, 16 to 22 or something like that. But there are some, and in East LA at Mi Centro, that in conjunction with the Center and Latino Alliance, I believe. But if somebody wants resources specific, I can do my best to try to link them up. And I did type in my email in the chat box.
Yeah, thank you, Timo. I was going to say too that the pandemic has made it more virtual and approachable for our young people too, in terms of connecting to peers. Like I myself have found a lot of resources via Instagram. There's this account called Trans Wellness Center that I've been following, and they do support groups every week for trans youth. So that is also something to look into as well. Next question is, where can I find some of these resources for our preteens? This topic is not really touching on middle school and elementary.
I think this is where your internet is gonna,
question.
Yeah, the internet's gonna be your best friend on this one. I mean, there are lots and lots of preteens, specifically for trans preteens, for both adults, caregivers, as well as for the kids themselves. So I think you can find a lot of those sort of support groups there. And everything's really online now because of COVID anyway. So it's actually a really good time to find these resources, but there are tons of those available. And I see here also someone asked about a hotline that's good for kids. Trans Lifeline is a really great one. And I would really suggest that specifically for any trans folks that you're working with. But again, be mindful about who you're working with. If we're talking about folks that are incarcerated, if we're talking about people that are currently in the probation department, they can't access this stuff. So be thoughtful about, kind of resources that you're giving and where we're telling people to reach out to.
Yes, definitely. That's a really good resource, the Trans Lifeline. What about in the Antelope Valley? Because we did talk about the fact that most resources are in the Metro LA County area.
The Antelope Valley used to have a center, and I think it closed, but I'm not 100% sure. But that's something else I can research. But I remember I did a training for our staff in Antelope Valley, and they were very knowledgeable of where to go for services. So I'll reach out to some of those staff. But I do think that it did close at some point. But it would be probably online stuff. And, if a youth wanted to access the trans hotline and they were in custody, I would think that there should be some way to work that out. We would want to accommodate a youth in that way. But let's see, okay.
Can I just add something too, is I think also don't give up on yourself as being a good resource for these kids. Because I think we so often want to just say, okay, let's find someone else that does this. But like, what can you do? How can you be a good advocate for the youth? How can you provide emotional support? And I think the reality is you can, and you probably are doing a fantastic job. So think about what you can do and don't put that down either. There's no reason why you can't provide the support that the youth needs. You know, do your research, but also you're probably a great advocate, even, you know, if you're just attending this. So, you know, use yourself as a resource.
Yeah, the youth is already opening up to you and asking questions. So it's clearly you're a support system to that young person.
On the other hand, I would say when looking at the dual system, I would not extend that advice to legal help. And you know, we have this idea that we know things about the law because we've seen Law and Order a couple of times or a couple of hundred times. We don't. And when I've been able to bring in, I've specifically the Loyola Center for Juvenile Justice project, it has been really, really important. And I've learned that my instincts have been wrong. Like if I had just done what I thought was like the good idea, I could have really accomplished some harm. So I would just say when it comes to the legal side though, you get a lawyer, get a lawyer.
Our CASAs know that, our advocates know that, because we reiterate it time and time again to our volunteers. Anything to add, Dr. Wilson? I saw you unmuted yourself.
Well, I love Sam's point. I mean, I'm in a law school and I would like literally never try to give legal advice to anybody. So that's true. But I love Chris's point, and I'm sure that was more in the context of, you know, kind of LGBT well-being and identities and knowledge. And, you know, I just want to kind of add to what everyone is talking about on some level, like the significance of what's online. And just to give you a little kind of the empirical side of that, this isn't really just about the pandemic. For a decade now and more, LGBTQ movement and support has moved to online spaces. Like we have a reduction in in-person support services for, you know, way back in the day. I mean, you know, 20 years ago, I used to run a youth support group. You know, that it doesn't exist anymore because young people, as well as adults, are looking for that support in virtual spaces. And so we know that that's part of it. So, you know, just adding kind of the empirical side, it's not just about the lack of like physical supports in certain areas. That's part of it. But we've all as a movement kind of moved to virtual space for community. And it actually, I think, gives, you know, the advocates even more space to be like, great, I can educate myself on some of these issues and be that linkage. That's the in-person linkage for the youth that you're working with.
Definitely. Thank you so much to all of you for this really insightful and enlightening conversation. I know that I learned a lot. I wanted to like finger snap, but no one could hear me because I was muted. So I really appreciate hearing and learning from all of you. And thank you so much to our wonderful panelists and our listeners.
Thank you for having us. Bye, everyone.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Sorry, I was muted. Hello, everybody. Thank you again, Michelle, and all of our panelists for doing such a wonderful job at covering the needs that exist in this area. So everyone, again, thank you for your time and attentiveness during the first day of the conference. Tomorrow, we're going to have 2 more panels focusing specifically on non-minor dependents and their involvement in the adult criminal justice system. And we are also going to be looking at dually involved youth and commercial sexual exploitation. We are going to have a closing speaker, Wendelin Julian, who's the executive director of the Probation Oversight Committee and was actually our former CEO at CASA. We will be beginning promptly tomorrow at noon, 12 p.m. So the webinar will open at 11:55 a.m. Our chat box monitor will be sending a link with tomorrow's agenda, which she just did. That also has more information on our panelists and our speaker. So I hope everybody has a really great evening, and we will see you all tomorrow.